You are watching the Vodka stream.
I'm Batman.
I'll be your friend.
What an idiot.
Don't do this to me. God!
Jeez, I need a producer. What's happening, guys? First, I'm like sitting here just lollygagging around going, oh, wait, it's 3 minutes past 8. I should probably go live. So everything working. Everything should be good, hopefully. Making sure sometimes my audio gets a little effed right here. We're good. All right, guys, welcome to the Vodka stream. Let's get this party started. 3-day weekend. That's right. Got my American flag thing up right there that's usually hanging over there. It's made out of wood, has the JL symbol on it. It's pretty awesome. Somebody made that for me. A fan made that for me. I don't think I see him in the chats anymore, but yeah, he made that for me. He makes those custom ones. Got that like last year, so figured since it's the 4th of July weekend, why not have, I found a vodka called American Anthem. That's right. American Anthem, 5 times distilled, smooth taste. Proudly made in America. So I've already had a little bit. Not bad. Definitely, it tastes like America. So, it tastes like pollution and narcissism. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, let's go ahead and pour some of that. Pour some of that deliciousness. And then I'm going to go ahead and make it a little spritzy. Right there. So, all right, here we go. Cheers, guys. Cheers to the weekend. Cheers to everybody. All right, who's out there? We all partying already? What's going on, everybody? All right, we got Ryan right here. What's going on? Tony, Movie, Chappie, D9, Neil Blomkamp fan. Good to see ya. Hey, Miss Nighthawk. Stephanie is there right there. Good to see you, Steph. Hello there. I got Fear Jason. We got Mama Film Junkee joining the party. Oh, that's all this right here. Hey, just sit back. If you pour a drink. That always helps. It happens, man. It happens. I don't go a couple of days without feeling some self-doubt sometimes. Come on. But we're all good. We're all good here. We'll have some good conversations and everything. What's going on, Mr. Jason McKenzie? Good to see you. Hoy, hoy. Let's go, Giants. What he said. They're currently playing the White Sox right now. No score. So let's see who else we have here. We got Mr. William Powell right here. Good to see you, buddy. And then we got Jose. Always good to see you. Lakazoo. Yes. Hey. Happy Friday, Johnny Gunn. Good to see you, bud. All right, who else we got that's showing up that's kind of new? I think I saw her right there. Yes, Miss Captain Gator Girl. Gosling should do a horror movie because I know, he really does. I mean, we talked about that, of course, when it came to the Barbie set scream that happened. I mean, that was, but then, if you've watched The Nice Guys, you know. Do a moonshine stream? You crazy? That would last probably like not even an hour. Not even. What's going on, Chuck? Yeah, salud. Good to see you. All right. It's Canada Day. That's right. You live in Canada. America's hat. It's all right. I live in California. America's ass. So I'd rather be the hat than the ass, right? But then it's really cold up there. Squirrel. Cheers. All right, so we got that. Cool. But yes, so glad it's the weekend. Tough week, weird week, cool week, and just a lot of things. When it came to work was a pain in the ass, but luckily I got off on time. See, it was like, hopefully you guys watch my quick. Well, I try to be quick. I always say that. I always try to be quick, but then I just end up blah, 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 blah. Just talk. My Stranger Things 4 Volume 2 review. I was going to do a normal review. That's why I should have just did it like that right after I watched it. I've been up since 4:30, guys. But 4:30, man. I usually wake up at about 6:15 for work. You know, I mean, luckily I work from home, but hey, I woke up at 4:30 to start watching 4 hours worth of freaking Stranger Things. Man, those it's like just two movies, you know, hour and 25 and 2.5 hour episode. Crazy, but so good. So hopefully you watch that. And then I was like, I got off work and I went, okay, I'm gonna take a nap. And so I went and lied down. And then of course I took a nap and I took one of those really heavy, like, you know, have a dream, you wake up, you know, naps. So that kind of threw me off a little bit. And then I had to go get some alcohol and some din. And then by the time I got back, I was like, oh crap, am I gonna do that? And I set everything up and then I was like, you know what? Maybe I won't. I'll just talk about it on the stream. And then I watched the latest episode of The Boys, which holy shit. No spoilers. Don't worry. We won't be talking about spoilers of Stranger Things or The Boys. We'll just kind of talk about it. You know, unless we just put out an alert, and then maybe we'll do that. But because yeah, sometimes it's hard to, you know, when you have a panel on and if everybody has seen it, then we might start talking about spoilers for Stranger Things and The Boys, Stranger Boys things. But yeah, so I watched that episode. Yeah, that the ending of that, holy shit. Next week's the season finale. So it's like, wow, it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens there. So try not to do any spoilers. Yeah, what a twist. I did not see that coming. Did not see that coming. But yeah, so and then I was like, all right, I'll just shoot a little vloggy type review for Stranger Things, and you know, that's pretty much what it was right there. So no big deal. I'm just wondering when the hell is season 2 or season 5, I should say, come out, man? Because the way that left it open too, I was wondering. I'm like, what are they gonna leave open for season 5 of Stranger Things? And they definitely did. So curious to see what happens. The Boys is very dark. It is so dark. It definitely is. So definitely is. All right, let's go ahead and get my guest in here. This is a guy I've been, you know, he's actually been on the Patreon stream before, and I really like his work. He does some good photography and some good art work as well. And it was like, oh yeah, let's get him on the Vodka stream. He hit me up. He's like, hey, let's do this. And I was like, yeah, you know, let's do this, because I'm always, anytime that somebody has any kind of art that they put out there, and I've always been I know we've probably talked about it on the Patreon stream a little bit, but let's get to know Tony. Let's get to know Tony. Let me set up the tweet here. Join the stream. All right. Copy, paste. All right, let's get him in here. Let's make sure everything's good. Like I said, I need a producer. All right. What's going on, Mr. Tony?
Yo, how's that audio? Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, you're coming through okay. And how dare you wear a White Sox hat when my Giants are playing the White Sox tonight?
I knew you were going to give me shit about this, but literally, you know, the way like how Cavill chose Kansas as a team?
Yeah.
It's literally, I like the logo. I like the hat. I'll pop it on.
Yeah.
I got no baseball knowledge, man. So
nothing. Oh, you just, yeah, you know, I get it. It's a White Sox hat. It's good. But what's popular? Because you live in Sydney, Australia, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Or close to. Yeah. Is cricket like popular down there, or what is popular?
Like, I guess cricket's probably one of the bigger Australian sports. We've got rugby league, which is like
rugby. I know. Yeah, for sure, rugby. But when it comes to like a baseball type sport, I guess cricket is like, I actually watched some games, and hard to follow, but intense. It's pretty intense.
Cricket's like baseball's ugly cousin. That's
mm-hmm. It really is, because I'm like, I try to understand it, but man, the whole, like, you know, I mean, basically, I just, it's crazy, because they just freaking throw that ball as hard as they can. It skips and jumps, and you have to just somehow hit it, and then it's all in a freaking circle, and it's just insane. But it's crazy. Yeah. And some people might, you know, think that baseball is pretty boring, which a lot of people do, but I like it. So, but anyway, sir, thank you for joining. And wanted to, of course, plug your website, bellnjerry.com. That's where you can find your photography right there. Yeah, no problem. I mean, obviously, we could tell by your frame right there. I mean, yours is a little bit better. I mean, I remember when you came on the Patreon stream the first time, and I was like, okay, yeah, yours is rivaling Steven's frame, and then of course we have KC that also has a good frame too. But I think I don't know, you might have a maybe beat. I don't know, but your background is not like, it's not popping like some theirs right now.
Crazy stuff going on, man. I think I've moved about 3 times in the last year as well, so it's like
Jeez.
Everything's in between everywhere at the moment. So I work from home so often as well, having this thing just set up, have a place I can just I can paint on this desk. It's like a sit stand kind of situation. So I get all my stuff done on here, and whenever I'm talking to clients and stuff, this thing always makes it look nicer, and always helps with this kind of stuff as well. So
it really does. And so working from home, I mean, do you do photography full time?
Yeah, so I work for like this company called Rebel Sport. It's like Australia's lead sports retail store. It's a huge company. It's like a $2 billion company, and I'm DOP for them. I run like a creative team of like 10 to 15 people alongside 2 others. We got our creative director. I'm director of photography, and we kind of shape all the campaigns, and we have like lots of Australian sports stars and stuff that we do campaigns with and stuff. So it's cool. It's very diverse. It's very hands-on. I get to shape the look and feel of stuff. Yeah, this thing needs an update, but
yeah, it gets it out there though. Yeah, but
I really appreciate it. Yeah, so I've done some kind of wacky, cool stuff in the past.
That's cool, right there. Speaking of that, vodka soda. Hey, look at that.
So funny that one gets a plug.
Of course, it's the vodka streaming. Naturally, it's going to get that.
Yeah, no,
that's cool.
Yeah, so a bit of everything, man. A bit of everything. I'm just like yourself. This week has been crazy. Just
feels like it.
Yeah, just a long ass week.
It seems like it. I don't know what was up with this week. I don't know. Work was kicking my ass a little bit, and then just like I enter the week having to wake up super early just to catch Stranger Things, so then I don't get it spoiled.
Right. So what time does it drop for you guys?
Midnight for me.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I know, it's stupid. I was thinking about that yesterday. I was hoping that they would just be midnight Eastern time, because that would be 9 o'clock for me. And I'm like, that would be cool. I could watch at least the first episode, then get up and watch the second episode. But no, they just drop it at midnight, my time. And it's just, I couldn't do it because I get up, and go to, and then after obviously it was like 4 hours worth of Stranger Things. So I watched the first episode, and then I logged into work, and then I was like, fuck it. I put it on in the background. I'm logged in. I'm like, all right, I don't have much that I need to fully do right now. So I'm just kind of, doing some of that. Did you watch it?
Not yet, man. I watched the mid-season finale a couple of days ago. I've honestly been sick as a dog all week. I got my voice back today, which is good.
That's right. You said that.
But not yet. So I've had a little scroll of the timeline. Every time I see something, it's just minimize and close. Just try to.
People actually have been okay. I will say, I ignored my timeline until I finished watching it, but I haven't really seen anybody just say, who died or what happens at the end or anything like that. So people actually have been good with, I'm actually surprised, because I started getting things spoiled for the last episode of The Boys, the one that showed up today already last night. People were literally live tweeting. I'm going, are you serious? I'm like, all right, it's time to log off.
Yeah, that one I did like, though. I watched that in bed, kind of one eye open on the iPad. But no, it was a good episode. I feel like it's a better. Last week was very,
of course,
exactly. And this week, I don't know, more of a drama, better acting, more time for the characters to kind of do their thing.
A lot more tension in this one, and then of course some nice little twist at the end. But we won't jump into spoilers, just like we won't jump into Stranger Things spoilers. So we could talk about it even when the panel comes on. We could talk about it, but that's about as far as it'll go. But so when it comes to all right, so obviously I wanted to show some people that haven't seen your art. It's also, I mean, this is where I got to know you. You hit me up and sent me some of this stuff, and I was like, wow, this is pretty awesome stuff right here. Look at all that right there. Awesome.
Yeah, it's the lineup. That's currently where it's at. Since then, I think I started an Aquaman, which is basically just the underpainting. But yeah, we're getting there.
That's cool. So like, I love the fact that you actually went for like a blue Batman, like in a blue and gray, as opposed to not the black and gray.
Yeah, you know what it was with that was like, it's not necessarily like I want that colorway, I want this suit to look that way. It's just, you know, different lights. A lot of the film is very graded in that kind of nighttime kind of thing. So a lot of the time, in a street light or something, that's kind of how it would pop in that situation. But and it was also just trying to keep it all together in one theme, like all that nice blue backdrop kind of thing, and you know, just more of a stylized version.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, because some people are like, I think even when I retweeted it a while back when you sent that, I was like, so we're like, why is it blue? I'm like, I think it's just, I don't think he was like wanting it to like be like an Adam West looking thing. It's just, it looks better for the painting and everything like that because it just pops a little bit better. So
yeah, to be honest, I'll probably try and dial it down a little bit just on the cowl and stuff. But like, I know I said I'd send you like a print and everything.
Oh no, it's okay, dude.
It feels like an artist is like almost never done. I look at it at night and I'm like, oh, I could tinker with it a little bit more, to be honest.
No problem, man. Anyway, yeah, take your time. But when you do, I'll definitely be putting that on. Yeah. No, it's good. So, I mean, I guess you have a natural ability right there. I mean, were you always just like into it as a kid or what?
And like, bro, it's a long story. It's a big backstory. Kind of like,
Go for it.
I got into art after, like I've mentioned it previously before. I've had multiple big heart surgeries growing up.
Yeah, I remember that.
And kind of in that like recovery period, you get a lot of time to kind of reflect and everything. And just in terms of like issues of like mental health and everything, it's like you got to try and channel what you're feeling into something positive. So like art was always the best outlet for that. I didn't think I could paint. My mom stuck a paintbrush in my hand. She's like, just do it. And it was basically just like drawing things I liked. I grew up drawing like Dragon Ball Z, and then I started doing graphic design, and then eventually it was painting. And then like I did go to uni. I was heading towards a graphic design painting kind of career, I'd say. But then I picked up photography, and it's always just kind of been like a natural progression from there. Painting and photographing what I like and translating the kind of stylized things that I like, breaking it down and doing that in whatever medium it is. Kind of trying to apply that.
Yeah. When did photography like start coming in?
It started coming in when I was like in my last year of uni, and it was basically just a different form of expression. It was like the best in between of like being in the studio and being able to be on site and actually be creative out in the field and be able to kind of, I guess, make a career where you can network, you can like sharpen your creative tools. I was doing a lot of parties. Then I got into like shooting concerts. I got to meet some really cool artists and go on tour with them. And then from there, it was just like Instagram started popping off. I was doing like a lot of like little fashion commercial gigs, and everything's just been like, you know, little stepping stones. As an artist and as a career driven person, you try and have like these long-term goals, where for me, it's really just being like, how do I do what I like? Yeah. That's like incremental little things of like, you know, I like where I'm at. How can I get better at this? And that's helped me get better at what I do. You know, it's very overwhelming when you think of a million things at once.
It does sound like it is overwhelming. I mean, how long would you say like when you started really like, you know, networking yourself and trying to like maybe, you know, do freelance stuff before you started like doing concerts and everything? Did it take a while, or did it kind of pop off pretty quickly?
You know what? I was like, because I liked music, for example, and I knew the music blogs of the area, and I'd go to nightclubs or whatever, and I'd go out. I'd kind of know a promoter, or I'd know a blog that would be kind of bringing the artist here. So I'd reach out and be like, hey guys, can I shoot this event for you? I'll volunteer, I'll do it. Or can I get accreditation to come along to this thing? I'll supply my images to that blog, and at least they've got their own content that they can speak to when it's relevant, kind of thing. So I sharpened the tools with that. My first gig was like meeting Steve Aoki at this kind of store opening.
Oh wow.
You know, lots of crappy little jobs, but also some kind of cool little perks to it. So it was literally just all like a little snowball, man. And one thing leads to the next. Do a good job, work hard, do a good product, keep your head down. And it was just literally that. My whole career is just being like, head down, do your work, try not to be the center of attention. That's why it's like Bellnjerry. It's not like a certain person. It's like a play on words of my last name, which is too hard to say.
Yeah. No, that's smart though. That's smart because you took your name and you're like, okay, people aren't gonna full on remember that. And like, Bellnjerry. I mean, it almost sounds like Ben and Jerry, like the ice cream. So there's something to that right there. So it's actually it's pretty creative. And then you've shot weddings and too, right? Because I think last week you said you shot weddings. How do you like shooting weddings?
Dude, you know what? Like, it's hard.
It's
It's
talking to a guy who's videoed weddings. So.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, you understand. Like,
Mm-hmm.
for me, it's like the best way to stay sharp and on top of all the other facets of photography, client management. You got to almost be like producer. You got to almost be like the client management side, and you got to have the technical skills. It goes from being like a commercial fashion shoot to like a sports shoot in the ceremony, trying to get every single moment. And it goes to like an editorial at the end, and then it's just coverage kind of photography. So in terms of styles, you can't miss any moments in one, and then other parts you can kind of just switch off and just cover, and the others you got to actually be creative. So in terms of doing all that, if you want to get good at what you do, man, for me, I always advocate, go shoot a wedding, go understand how hard it is to do that. And once you kind of have those little quick tools that you can go to, you got your toolbox ready, apply that to whatever else, and like you don't get stressed out in stressful situations. There's nothing crazier than a 500 people wedding with, however much they spend. Some couples spend up to $200,000 on a single day, and it goes by like that. And it's like, did you do a good enough job for them later? So it's like, when you understand all the things that go into it, it helps you. It helps you kind of carry the weight and just be efficient. Be efficient with your time. Be efficient with what you're trying to communicate, and then go apply it to whatever else you want. So it's a good weekend staple job for me, I think.
So it's a good way to work out the muscle, I guess you could say, the photography muscle.
Yeah,
helps with that. Yeah, because I'm doing video. It's funny because I always joke about it. I think I've even joked about it with maybe even you when you were on the Patreon stream, or even Mr. Aaron Bailey, because I think he's done some weddings too. It's just like when I would video stuff, I mean, sometimes it could be a little bit of a fight between the photographer and the videographer, because I mean, when you're a videographer, you're constantly just trying to get as much as you can. And what I always try to do is, like, I wasn't just one of those that just showed up for the ceremony and then, did, the both things. And then that was it. I was there from like, hey, I want to get you guys getting ready. I want all the pre-stuff. I even liked it when the photographer is taking all the photos of everybody. I want to get some of that too. And I had like a little thing where a little effect in the video where it'd be like a montage, and then it would actually freeze frame. And then if I could get the pictures from the photographer to add into the video, that would have been cool to have that. Sometimes I wasn't easy, so I would just do and just do an effect.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes especially during the reception, that's where it gets hard, because like you're kind of fighting for like angles. There's been times where the photographer and me almost have run into each other with our cameras because we're fighting to get. Seriously. The groom and the bride are not the only one dancing out there. The freaking the guys with the cameras are definitely doing some dancing. Your legs are tired after it because you're crouching down, you're squatting. Yeah,
honestly, they're like some situations like 15, 16-hour days, right? And Sydney being a small kind of place in terms of the vendor community, you kind of work with the same guys.
Yeah,
every now and then, and it's just understanding how much time you have, when it's time for them to take the lead, when you can like not have to direct, and then they take the lead, and then you can think of your next shot by the time they kind of pass them back to you, kind of thing. So it's always thinking, okay, how do I maximize my time? I got to be ready to direct my next shot by the time they're done doing their stuff. I'll have my second shooter getting candid angles while they're doing their thing, and then know where I'm going for the next kind of thing. So I know what you mean. It's it's almost like a paparazzi thing where you're kind of going like that, but when you kind of work together and figure out that recipe, what's that perfect blend of
there was one wedding I remember shooting where well, there's been times where some of the photographers have been not too kind, but there's been, I remember one specific one I did where the photographer, I mean, basically she just wanted to be like, hey, so this is how I do this. So she just kind of went over her like thing, and I was like, cool, I will, you know, kind of work off that, and I will not get in your way, and yeah, we'll just do our thing. And it actually like worked out pretty well, and she was really nice. I think it was somebody that my mom worked with. I don't know, but no, she was really nice, and we really just she was just on top of it. She had her way, but there's been some ones where it's just like they not been so kind. For they were like,
like, you know, you get some seasoned veterans that think that they are this shit, and it's like, who's this tool coming up and showing up? But like when you communicate, hey, what's your favorite way to work? How do I, like, we are both there at the end of the day for the client. So how do we get the best product for them? How do you like to work? Okay, cool. I'll work around you. Let's try and keep it kind of, and those skill sets, that client management, not just in terms of the bride and groom, but just in terms of different people, being able to work in different situations with different personalities and stuff, man, that is the key to life, bro. Like you take that and you apply it to anywhere else, and incremental kind of building blocks happen from there, man. So
so that's what's so great about it, and the way that you talk about it too, I could tell that you love doing it, and that's the thing. That's the biggest thing, is that you love doing it. And you know, seeing some of your shots and seeing, you know, I remember even seeing like in behind the scenes where you showed how you prep some of that stuff, and it's pretty cool. Like you really don't realize how much can go into something. I mean, you know, somebody that, you know, just looking at some kind of ad or something like that just goes, yeah, look at that. But you don't realize the prep that it probably took to get the right lighting, the right everything. And it's just, man, it's art. It's fucking art.
We live in a socially driven world, right? Where like attention spans of 3 seconds. How do you create something captivating enough to capture that? And when you throw in like the fact that you're working for a big ass company that has a lot to spend, a lot of the marketing spends on these campaigns, there are a lot. So you got to make sure that it's visually captivating enough. So make sure you come up with something. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, but how do you make it, what's trending at the time stylistically, and how do you kind of apply that to your whatever you're shooting? I sketch out every frame similar to Zack. Like that's why I love the guy so much. I try and do what I can.
Yeah, I wanted to actually bring this up back to the weddings. Yeah, Bridezillas. Have you ever had any Bridezillas? Like some brides that were just like, yeah,
you know, like it happens, and it's like, look, I don't take it personally, because at the end of the day, this is the biggest day of their life. They've probably dreamed about it their whole time, and it's like, yeah, you might not make my experience like super pleasurable, but I'll make sure I get what I can, do what I can without breaking my back, because you know, it's just, you do what you can and what's possible. Sometimes when they're asking for the world and it's literally just, you can't be in 5 places at the same time. Do what you can, you do it to the best of your ability. If a lot of the time, it's not a surprise when they are a bridezilla. You kind of know the client going ahead into like from before. Yeah. I don't feel like we kind of, the business doesn't really take on those kinds of personalities. Like you come to us for the style that we provide. It's very candid, very casual, timeless, and you know.
Yeah,
so you try to manage it from the get-go.
Yeah, I think when I didn't really deal with any bridezillas, but bridesmaids. Now that's a different story, because obviously they're just there to, you know, wear the dress, stand next to. But man, it's always, and I've said this before on here and many times, where it's like, you know, because I always like to get both sides getting ready, and it's always vastly different. The guys are having fun, they're just, you know, shooting the shit, laughing, taking shots, doing all that stuff. You go over to that side, it is almost like, I mean, and I've said this before, that there was one time where I was backed up against the wall holding my camera going, I think I'm gonna capture a fight. I actually thought that they were going to start, because the bride was getting pissed at the bridesmaids because they were just lollygagging, not getting ready. And it's just like, yeah, it was just one of those. I went, whew.
Dude, I understand that from both sides as well, because you think about it, ladies in the morning, they got to get their wake up, their call time is a lot
much to do. So much to do.
Hair and makeup style, like their dresses is like just throw it on. You might need adjusting and stuff. So there's that stress. And then what I find really sad sometimes is like if it's your best friend getting married and you're not there kind of mentally ready to help, like carry the dress or just help them get by, or like, something busts, or just like, like you got to be there for so you
You
don't,
really do.
you don't, it's not your job on the wedding day to um, be the MC of when things happen and when things don't. It's like your friends are there, your close friends that you've chosen to be there are supposed to be there for you on your day, So it's, in a perfect world, everybody gets it. But I've dealt with like drunk. Sorry, I'm getting a million texts.
Yeah, no, you're going off right now.
I'll mute it.
Yeah.
Like guys get drunk on the drive to the location for photos all the time, so people get rowdy, and then it's trying to kind of wrangle the crowd, not piss them off, and like push them too much for photos if they don't feel like doing it. It's like working with what you got without being a pain in the ass, and doing what you can, man. It's literally always just doing what you can and doing it well.
That's what it is. That's what it is. But yeah, I've just, you're right though. Cause I remember there was one wedding. I actually wasn't, I didn't shoot it. I was just there, and it's just, when you have bridesmaids that just are fighting with each other and this, that, and this, and then the bride, like she was just mad. I'm like, you guys just kind of ruined her day. Like I get it. There's like some things that maybe you didn't like or whatever, and whatever led up to this short, but during that day, just all right, we're here for you. We're just here for you. And let's just get through it. Exactly. Read the room, and then when it's all said and done, have a good time and just go off, and just dance it up and everything. So, but
I've seen it all, man. I've seen it all. Like I've seen some really, really shocking speeches. I've seen fights. I've seen it, and it's like, I'm just disillusioned at the whole kind of thing of weddings, how procedural it all is.
Oh, I know.
And stuff. So I
might
be kind of jaded by the time it comes to my time now.
Dude, I'm with you on that, because I don't know how, I've probably done about almost 10, something like that. And then I just kind of stopped, because I was like, I don't want to do that anymore, because it's just the same things over and over and over again. I'm like, man, how do we fall into this? Like, I'm like, can we just, if I was going to do something, it's like, all right, maybe just do it at a courthouse or something, just have a party or something like that. Just have a party. Don't have the traditional, all this stuff. I'm not a religious person. I don't need to vow to, yeah. So
but dude, even then, it always just ends up coming back towards money, what your donation is, and having to book it 3 years in advance, and like offending
so much money.
Family if you don't invite 1 or 2. Then there's COVID kind of regulations with crowds.
Oh, geez.
Everybody, sorry, grandma, you're not invited anymore, kind of thing. So if I did it, I'd go overseas, bring 10 people, do that, and then just continue the holiday after that, man. Like
exactly.
you want to do it for yourself.
Yes. And thank you, Lewis, for the $2 super chat. Yes. Season 4. I agree. It's good stuff. Don't worry. No spoilers in there. But going back to, you said so when it comes to certain things, you sketch out, like preparing a shot, you sketch out just like a gentleman that we talk about on here a lot, Mr. Zack Snyder. I actually wanted to ask you too, like when you started, when did you become a fan of the man, I should say?
Dude, I've kind of grown up with it. I think I remember the first time it kind of really came on my radar was in high school when like 300 came out, and my ancient history teacher was just like absolutely ripping on it for like the historical accuracy of it. And it's like, do you realize it's a comic book? Like, do you realize that, it's like, he made me kind of rethink about the way I decide whether I like or dislike, or just how I break down movies in general. Dave, I tend to rant a lot, so if I start getting off track, reel me back in.
You're talking to a guy who rants like all the time here. Go right ahead. I'm actually okay with somebody else doing it for a change.
Yeah, so like, 300 really just for like the way it was visually shot. I'm still referencing and briefing clients out today with some of the camera techniques he used how many years ago? Maybe 10 years ago.
Just listening to some of the stuff talked about in there. Who was it? I think he was talking about just the way doing that zoom in and out shot, like when it came to that one shot going in and out, and how they rigged that whole thing. Was it Who was the cinematographer on there? I forgot who it was.
I don't know if Larry was on that one with him. I can't remember.
Was it Larry? Yeah, I know it wasn't. Yeah, but but I know what you're talking about.
That shot, you know the one I'm talking about. I literally had to gift it all out of videos, get some BTS content out of it, sketch it up how I wanted it. So we're doing like a basketball campaign coming up in 2 weeks, and it's basically like a 2-camera setup with 2 different focal lengths on a dolly, tracking a subject, and being able to speed ramp between the 2 focal lengths. So it's a continuous shot, but being able to come in, come out seamlessly. And it's when you see it done, you have to kind of reference it later just so people understand what I'm trying to talk about.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's like a shot of, I think, Leonidas running through a battlefield and like sorting people up and stuff. And it kind of goes from full body to like a close up. Mm-hmm. And then, back to like a mid shot kind of thing. I think he actually had 3 cameras.
He had 3 different 3 cameras, 3 different shots. Yeah.
So we're doing like a basketball shoe campaign. I'm trying to get like the production agency to be like, cool, 1 here, 1 there, into the shoe, back into like a full body kind of thing. So when he kind of does this dunk, you can still go in on the shoe and you can still see the full thing, and it's all like seamless basically. So from then, man, from like back when I was a kid, just thinking, how the hell did this guy shoot this all on a green screen? How did you even pitch it in when the whole industry as a whole wasn't really making movies like that?
No.
It was, it's just, for me, the guy, I heard, if I'm not mistaken, he had a background in painting before he even got into making
drawing. He was drawing and stuff. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. In terms of, sharpening the toolbox of like weddings for photography kind of thing, painting for filmmaking, it's all there. Like understanding light sources, temperatures.
That's what it really is. The man can, every time he takes a picture, even the selfie that he took on Father's Day, is like something that's just like, okay, how do you take a selfie like that? You took a selfie where the sun is perfectly peeking right over the city hall building and you're perfectly framed. The lighting looks great. I'm like, I try to do something like that. I'm like, my hand's shaking. I'm like, it's just amazing what that guy can do. And it really just comes down to lighting. And we've talked about it here too. It's just like, obviously, like when you're talking about 300, when that came out, I remember just seeing it with my friends, and everybody was just ramped up about it and how much they loved it. And it was, I knew who he was because I've seen all the way back to Dawn of the Dead. I knew Zack Snyder, but he wasn't like that household name quite yet. But I remember after watching that, I was like, this guy's got to become a household name now, right? What he did in there is like shit that we've not seen. That's why people still talk about that movie. Even James Cameron, I think, has said that.
Yeah, he's referenced him before as people that inspired him as a young director at the time. So it's like
exactly, he created a signature for himself, and that's what you want to do as a filmmaker. And every time you hear about slow motion or anything like that, and people try to mimic it, but they can't for some reason. He just does it in a way that there's just something about it.
You gotta know the rules to know how to bend them and shape them the way you want. And people don't know them. They don't have the fundamentals right. They're just like, they think it's just like this. They think you take people that take photos with an iPhone. It's like, why does it just look better than that with a DSLR? Because it just kind of evaluates everything and just gives you like a stock standard thing, or like slow-mo is just so readily available. And you need to understand how to light it. You need more light if you're going to be shooting in high frames kind of thing. It's just understanding the rules, know how to bend them, and then he gets it. He's got the core things, like from sketching to painting to like filmmaking to storyboarding to editing, post-production to like even the grade. I'd say I feel like this dude, there's a reason why people gravitate to him, because he knows what he wants, he knows how to brief it, and he knows how to work as part of a team with other people, man. And that's why I admire the guy.
Yeah, you never hear anything bad about like working with him. You never do. The only thing bad you hear about is these fucking stupid critics that just don't understand like anything that he's doing. But like everybody always says like how much of how great he is, and obviously we've talked to him on here. Guys, just he just shows up, and obviously, too bad I didn't bring him on when he came on last time, and he's all bringing out his lenses. Steven was having a fucking like, oh my god, like when he was just bringing out some of like the lenses that he was bringing out on there, just showing off some of those.
He retrofitted that old Canon lens and like got it mounted onto a new one for Army of the Dead and then shot it all on
Yeah.
that. Like, you know what? I feel that Army would have gotten such a better rap if it was released theatrically and outside of streaming, man. I got to shoot the premiere for that. Look, for what it was, incredible. I loved it.
Yeah.
We get it.
Well, it was kind of released. It had a limited release because I saw it.
It did for you guys?
Yeah, for us it did. I think it only in the States. It got like it's supposed to get a week release, but they kept it for 2 weeks, which was interesting. But yeah, I saw it in the theater and it looked gorgeous. Yeah. I mean, I remember hearing, just seeing the trailer and seeing all the stuff, but seeing it on the big screen with that, with the dream lens and everything, I went, Jesus Christ.
The way the queen kind of comes in to focus your accent and it comes out. I loved it. Yeah.
And I love how he's all so coy about it. He goes like, yeah, when I shot it, I just thought everything's just going to look blurry. And then he goes, yeah, but then it looked good. And I'm like, oh, shut up. Yeah. Come on. And you just thought it was just going to look all blurry. Now you planned, you looked, I mean, I love how he's playful about that stuff.
Because he makes it look effortless, man. He understands the simpletons that will like dumb it down to that at the end of the day. But in what he achieved, like, dude, I feel sorry for the guy just wrecking focus that whole movie, man. Like it's you got what, 0.1?
That was him. He was a cinematographer.
He was wrecking as well as shooting that man too. Okay.
Yeah. He was handling the camera. He was a cinematographer. So, and he's going to be doing it for Rebel Moon as well too. So, I mean, that was all him.
He was operating the camera, but
he
might have had somebody kind of pulling for him remotely as well. So like, imagine being that guy. Zach's doing some crazy shit, and he's at the monitor going, "Oh my god, Zach, slow down."
Yeah, yeah, you're right. I forgot that because I'm thinking like he's doing it himself, but yeah, he can't be doing it with like holding that big camera on his shoulder. So yeah, you're right. Somebody was probably doing that and operating that remotely. Yeah, I didn't think about that shit. That had to be a challenge. Jeez, especially with that one.
Like, when I like in terms of like the way you see it in streaming, the way you see it theatrically, when you see it on a huge screen and you got like
different,
a very small portion of the frame that's like in focus, it's like almost overwhelming. You feel like you're in an IMAX theater because it's like, whoa, shit, that's crazy. But when it's on streaming, you get like that little bit of banding.
Yeah.
When it's out of focus and it's like the compression rates don't really show you the full image how it was shot kind of thing. I'm waiting for that to come out in 4K, man. I'd love to see that at home the way I saw it. I got to saw it in the theater when it came out. I think
hopefully they do that. I'm still waiting. I want to see goddamn Zack Snyder's Justice League on the big screen, on a big IMAX screen. It was meant to be. I mean, just watching it. I mean, the first time I watched it was a even more compressed screener, which sucks. And then of course,
you got a watermarked one, like
I got the watermarked one and all the stuff. I know a lot of us did, but I mean, I'm not going to pass up seeing that. But at the same time, just seeing it like clear. Of course, I got the 4K. I got the trilogy pack. But it just the way that it looks on your TV screen with the ratio, people even like I think the Corridor Crew guys. I remember watching the episode when they were talking about Zack Snyder's Justice League specifically. Is one of the guys said, "I love the fact that it's that aspect ratio because it just makes the characters look larger than life than like other superhero movies. Like it's just there's something about it where everybody looks just." They look larger than life, especially with certain scenes. Yeah. And he knows this. Again, the guy is just a fucking madman when it comes to this stuff.
To be honest, I feel like it helps with like your world building as well. You kind of you think of how all the costume design, the set design, all that kind of stuff. When you have like, when you get like these really punched in shots to like just expression when people are talking and it's literally just chopped off forehead, chopped off chin almost. And it's like, come on, I want to see the world around it. Like, the rotating shot of the crew talking. So that dolly shot on the circular thing shot at 2 different focal lengths at the same time as well, punching in, punching out continuously. That on a 4:3 crop ratio, for example, you get to see like the background, you get to see like more of the hanger, you get to see more of like the expression. So he gives you the best of both. And I feel like that crop ratio was perfect for it because, like you said, the world building, larger than life. It is a larger than life film. It's very ambitious what he was trying to do. It was the perfect use of it. Now you see it being used so much more often. People are going to it now, and it's like, dude's always one step above.
He's always ahead of the game.
Anything. He's just doing it well.
No, yeah, he's just ahead of the game. And I remember talking to Fabian about that shot too. And like, yeah, he briefly, I mean, it's such a quick shot too. Nobody even realizes what is happening in that shot right there. And I'm like, anybody I've watched it with, I'm like, this shot right here, you'll never believe. Like, there's like a rotating 2 cameras. It's crazy shit that's going on. It's all one take, by the way. Like everybody who's talking, they're just doing it in one take. Like it's not like multiple takes spliced together. It's literally just like this crazy setup that they're talking, and you probably nobody, the average person is not going to notice how beautiful that thing is. But man,
he's not the type that would like try and really wow you with that shit. Like if you're a geek of it, like we are, I guess, because we pay attention. Like it's there for us. Like he'll explain it. Like, the dude's not bragging about I'm the best. He makes everything look seamless. He lets it speak for itself, and he's not. He's not being an asshole about it. Like I'm the best at this and that. It's just like do good work, make it seem effortless, and that's the way to do it.
He's just got a passion for it too. That's the thing, and just love the fact that he is now just taking it upon himself to be like, all right, I'm going to be the cinematographer, and God knows what when it comes to Rebel Moon, I'm dying to see some footage of that because. Just from what little tidbits we've got right now, I'm like going, this movie, I mean, anything that, I mean, it's funny because, with all the recent Star Wars stuff, I mean, it's just like, yeah, pick your poison. Some of it's good, some of it's not. I mean, even with the recent Obi-Wan, and, it's funny too, when you're talking about like up close shots and whatever the hell. As much as I loved, you saw the finale and all that stuff, right? Obi-Wan. Yeah. The Obi-Wan and Darth Vader thing when he slices the helmet. It's a great, well-acted shot. And I know like Steven went to town on the whole lighting and stuff like that. Which is, I love that. I love hearing the technical stuff. And Steven wrote a great article about that. And a lot of people are interested in that article because people are fascinated about how the sausage is made, which is great. Yeah, but absolutely. One of the things that, and somebody pointed it out when I remember I retweeted it was, like, man, this was shot very shitty. I'm like, yeah, it wasn't shot the best. It wasn't. I'm mainly concerned about the performances and the emotional depth of the scene. But I wish it was shot better because it's like, it's just a camera in their faces, and it's just on, and it's just kind of, and it kind of cuts off the head or the hair and and I'm just kind of going, man, I wish it was the shot, especially for something like this, was constructed better. To really get like, I don't know, just to make it just look a little bit better. But what can you?
I completely get what you're saying, and it's but at the same time, in terms of like the knowing your audience, I guess they're probably just happy to see it, right?
That's what it is.
The way that it was actually constructed from a filmmaking perspective. Imagine that close up on a 4:3 ratio, like with like a soft focus on the eye, with like seeing the full suit.
See, but I mean, it's like. That's what I hate though, is the fact that, they could actually, instead of having somebody or having the time or the budget, is probably budget too. That's also that they're concerned with. But at the same time, it's like, it would just be nice if they really were to just take shots like something like that and not make it where it's, just shoot it. Act there, you go. That's it. Yeah. It's gonna sell. People are gonna be fine with it. People are gonna love it, which is true. But at the same time, it's just to go that little extra mile. And what Zack does, and some other filmmakers obviously do, is they just go that extra mile for like something that's just real quick. I mean, I'll be watching stuff. I mean, even things like, with Stranger Things, some of the shots that they have on there, you kind of go the quick shot, but I'm like, I bet you that shot that just flashed across, they love that shot. I bet you the Duffer Brothers love that shot right there because that looked like a very crafted like shot that they did right there. Because there's something that happens. I don't know if it's the finale or it was the episode leading into the finale where something happens. I won't say what it is, but the way that they positioned somebody and something was happening in front of them was just real. I was like, oh, that's cool because just the way that they shot it and the depth of it was like, there was just something about it. And I went, oh, that was the way that they
keep an eye out for it now that you've mentioned
it. Yeah. Because like when you see like an overhead, you kind of go, oh, okay, maybe they, obviously this certain event was like a little bit, not as close, but when they wanted to get the shot like this, they framed it pretty well. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. So yeah,
So it was like a one-shot thing that kind of went from a close-up to like an overhead kind of thing.
Yeah, you had an overhead, shot because something is happening in front of somebody, and then they have it like just the person is right in frame, and then of course there's just stuff like I think you'll know what I'm saying. And I was like, okay, because it was just like it was something that was kind of cool like that. But
when the choreography matches the actual filmmaking, and it's all a dance, right? Like
really
you gotta hit your mark now. So when the camera comes around, you're there, and then you can shine with your acting, and the lighting elevates at the editing. But my question is, Stranger Things looks good, right? What is it is it purely budget that is the difference between the difference in quality to other shows on Netflix? Because
I think so. Because I think it has to be. I mean, I think it's that, and these guys just know what they're doing. And then of course they got Sean Levy, who's a good director too. But I think I think it has a lot to do with budget. Like you really, every episode feels like a movie. It feels like, it feels like you could be watching this on a screen, and like, especially with these last 2 episodes with certain things. And I'm like, I mean, I think a lot has to do with budget. But when it comes to other Netflix shows, maybe it's just, they just want content, so they just sometimes you don't even know who's directing some of the stuff. But then again, sometimes you'll have like these big directors like your Martin Scorsese's or whatever, and they'll try to do something with whatever. But maybe it's never going to look as good as it does like on a big screen. That's why if I can catch any new movie on a big screen, I'm going to do that. Because
COVID really made me appreciate just the spectacle of going in. I'm trying to go as much as I can, even to movies that I might not necessarily have as much skin in the game in terms of like whether it's going to be good or bad. I got no expectations, but I want to see it. I want to see it in a theater kind of thing, because there really is no other experience where the room is shaking, the color is there, the size is there. But you know what? Like big studio movies, big streaming companies, Netflix, like, the directors of Stranger Things have a vision, and they got backed for it, right? Like, this is the way it's going to look, and everybody buys in. It's not retrofitted into something later, which I feel like a lot of the time, to the detriment of a lot of other shows, they try and maybe take the Kenobi scene, the final act where you get the saturation clipping and everything. My question is, do they know what they're trying to go for in post when they're shooting it, or is it like that whole approach of like, no, change it. This is evenly lit. We got to make sure we can see the faces at all time. Don't blur the faces, because the characters, if they disappear, will lose interest from people. So it's like, you don't always have to have the clearest shot. My favorite shot of BVS is, when Batman's coming out from the ashes right at the end, it's like just side lit. It's always used as a thumbnail. You always see it.
Yeah.
You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, because that was like in the first teaser also.
Yeah. And Zach was like, initially it was like, I want to feel light from the other angle, but when I saw whoever lit it and it was like that, he's like, no, leave it out. That tells the story. Yeah. And a lot of the time, people or all these other streaming companies or whoever's shooting these things, they go for an approach where it's like almost daytime TV kind of approach, where it's like everything always needs to be perfectly lit. And if you want to add a little bit of grit, it's done in post with crunching things here, and then it's on shot for that format. So understanding the creative approach. I get it all the time now when I'm shooting stuff where it's like, cool, you want like a gel lit shot with all these kind of colors in the back. You're going to wash out the color of the product you're trying to sell. So choose one or the other. You can't have everything. If you're going to go for a creative thing, understand what comes with it. Your face is probably not always going to be like nicely lit, but it's going to tell more of a story.
Yeah, and you could see that a lot in like the, obviously we talk about the MCU and sometimes how their color palette looks and the lighting looks, and it's just see,
I remember you ripping the airport scene and people are like, but it's a cool scene. It's like, it's a cool scene. Technically speaking though, maybe not.
Yeah. It's a great scene because it's all of them together. They're fighting, or some of them aren't really, fighting, which is that's another thing too. That doesn't there's not a lot of weight to it, but yeah, it's just so dull, and it's just so like, man, it's like, I mean, the Russo brothers aren't bad directors by no means. They're good storytellers. I get that, but when it comes to, I don't feel like they have their own signature at all, really. It's like I couldn't tell, like if I were to watch like a random Russo brothers movie, would I know it's a Russo brothers movie? Like I don't know if like now that they're out of the superhero, out of the Marvel game, you know, with what they've been. I haven't seen any of their
newer coming out. There's like one big thing that's coming out.
The Gray Man.
That's
right. With Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans and Ana de Armas. Yes. Oh, yeah, we love her. But yeah, I'm just kind of wondering, like, okay, so is this? Will it feel? Oh, well, wait. Did they do that Chris Hemsworth movie on Netflix? No, they produced it.
Is that them with Miles Teller as well, or no? Is that something else?
Oh, this whatever the hell. I didn't even watch. I heard bad things about that. So. Right. Yeah, I don't know if they produced it or directed it. I don't know. I'm like, I'm not brushed up on my Russo's filmography right now.
Different things, right? Like I reckon their strengths coming from Community and wherever they came from before the MCU. I think if you got to look at different things to be able to tell whether it's a Russo directed thing. Like they're probably great at dynamics and little slapstick comedy here and there, and like dynamics between big teams and ensembles. Like Community is a pretty diverse cast. And making that captivating as a show in a 30-minute format. So when you got like lots of people and characters, I guess they're great at showing everybody in a light. But are they the best at cinematically speaking, lighting it and stuff?
Yes, and this goes through. They also did Arrested Development, also, which is a great show, fantastic show. I don't know if you've seen it.
Clue always drills me because he's like all these comedies that I got to watch. All the boys always drill me for all the stuff I haven't seen.
Yeah, no, that's one to put on your list. It's a great show. And, you know, maybe you're right. They're good at doing that kind of comedy. And just like you said, there's not much that's to it because it's almost like documentary style where it's like someone's just got the camera on their shoulder and they're just filming these characters like talk and stuff like that. They're not necessarily trying to wow you with the frame. They're trying to wow you with the storytelling and the timing of the lines and the jokes and whatnot. And and I think you know, I'm not saying that they have all bad. There's nothing that they have some really good. Infinity War, I think was there's some pretty beautiful shots in there, sure. But a lot of it's like. Great CGI. I mean, that's what helps. But I think what lacks and what Zack, you know, doesn't lack is he tries to do as much as he can on the set and not just resort to, oh, no, we'll just do post. We got VFX. We got green screen. Yeah, it might be a green screen set, but he's like, all right, what we have to do, there's going to be an explosion that's going over here. We have to light their faces right there. We got to light a certain way. Yeah, it's going to be the time of day is going to be this, which I always love that he either, you know, a lot of his stuff's like shot like dusk, dawn. It's not broad daylight. Yeah, and even when he does shoot stuff in broad daylight, it looks great. But for the most part, there's something when it comes to that kind of lighting where it's dark or it's about to be dark. I mean, that, you know, the Man of Steel fight. And Zod fight, you know, and Superman and Zod fight. I mean, that's happening when the sun is going down. It starts off day, but then when it gets to that, it's like, all right, now the sun is kind of going down, and so you could see that sky in the background. Yeah, and it just looks so goddamn good. And I think, like, you know, you put the characters in front of these green screens, you're gonna have to like get that proper type of lighting. You really have to have that proper lighting, and that's why all his visual effects pop. They just pop. Like you look at his stuff and you're going, wait a minute. The suits, the fucking suits were not, they were mocap? What?
You know? People are freaking out over Doctor Strange over, what's his name?
Oh, Raimi?
But the guy that his mouth disappeared. What was that character's name?
Bolt, Black Bolt.
Yeah, so like technology is there, and when it's done right, it looks incredible. Black Bolt really looked good in that. But you're talking about a Man of Steel movie that was released 9 years ago.
Crazy.
How long? Like, but also the CGI and stuff. All the post work on that would have been more than 9 years. That was probably done like a year in advance.
Yeah,
and it holds up.
Decade.
And it's just about knowing what you're trying to achieve.
Yes.
With your light and everything, and then like technology always improves incrementally. But why are we still getting stuff that's worse today than it was 10 years ago?
It seems like sometimes it is like that. I mean, it's weird. It's weird how. There's things that, I mean, people always talk about the original Jurassic Park holding up, and that's in 1994. That's when like ILM really kind of just like joined the like, hey, we could do this, because at first they were going to do stop motion animation with the dinosaurs, but they were like, no, let's try to do this and try to make them look real. And then you watch it to this day and you're going,
was it like robot kind of?
Oh yeah, there's some of that too, close-ups, but you know, those far shots, I mean, obviously you couldn't achieve that with robotics, but man, I tell you what. And we got somebody that's joining in right now. That's joining the panel. Hold on. Up.
Scott!
Jose in the chat.
Yeah.
Scotty.
Hey, what's going on, Scott?
Hey, 93, by the way. It was
93, not 94. Sorry.
Whenever we get something wrong, you can always count on Scott to
That's
know.
what I'm here for. I have to keep Dave in his place. You know, it's my job, really, on the panel. It really is. Especially
on Batman the Animated. So.
Well, yeah. I just look at 93 and go, the dude went from Jurassic Park to Schindler's List in the same year.
That's crazy. Isn't that crazy? Two vastly different films.
That's range, man.
Jeez, I mean that's why he is who he is, man. I mean,
but the use of the animatronics. The thing was, Spielberg's genius with Jurassic Park was he only went to CGI when he absolutely had to. If he could get away with using an animatronic dinosaur, they use an animatronic dinosaur. That's what I mean. That's how you get texture. And you know, as someone who just saw the original on the big screen a couple of weeks ago,
that's right.
Dude, it still holds up. Like I mean, like people say that, and I'm like, no, it really does. Like it's crazy to think this was 1993 when this movie came out.
I mean that's why. I mean that's why.
Blowing up airplanes and flipping trucks practically, and then working with like miniature models and stuff. Sometimes practically in camera, you can. There's a lot.
Dude, I mean, that's why Top Gun is at $1 billion. People want it. People, as much as we love these popcorn flicks that are just like, wow, look at this and everything, and there's a green screen so they could just put all kinds of shit behind them. Sure, that's cool, but sometimes you need a break and you just want to feel something real, you know, kind of thing almost.
Well, it's why John Wick ended up being such a big smash, was that, you know, I remember I didn't catch on to John Wick until John Wick 2. Because one of my buddies, who's a former Marine, told me, "Oh no, Keanu did the work," and I'm sitting here going, when a couple of Marines are telling me that, "Oh no, all the stuff he's doing in that movie, that's legit," like I'm like, "Oh, okay, I will take your word for it," because those are the guys who. I tell you, I sit through an action movie and they will tear it to shreds.
Oh, that's like my dad.
The way you hold a gun and stuff, right? Like
The way you know they talked about Keanu running a 3-gun course where you've got pistol, shotgun,
and an AR,
and an AR, and it's just and
you know that he's done the work because you've seen him at the range, like Keanu. You've seen him at the range doing all the kind of training for it, which is cool. Like that's.
It was fun watching the videos of Halle Berry doing it for John Wick 3, and it was like
it's dog training.
It's all training. Well, it's also like when you watch those movies, and it's like one shots, because they don't have to movie magic that shit. It's like no, they're doing it. They know how to do it, and it's kind of funny because I was watching the first episode of The Terminal List last night on Amazon.
Ooh, how's that? Okay, good.
They went ahead and dropped all 8 episodes, so you can watch all 8 episodes, because I've read the book, and so I watched the first episode. They've already making some changes, but they work really well. It's those changes when you go, this is a TV show now, so I can understand this. Yeah. But like I'm watching the way that Chris Pratt holds the gun, and I'm like, yep. You starting. Thanks to stuff like John Wick and Atomic Blonde and like all the things that those guys are doing stunt wise, you start recognizing the skill set of going, you really are holding that correctly. Yeah. Well, it's also, I was reading the forward in the new hardcover, and on the Terminal List, like all the extras you're seeing on like SEAL teams, all those guys were SEAls.
Okay, I was about to say, they do that shit.
Those are all retired SEAls that are playing SEAls in the show, and you're like, damn, yeah.
Dude, I know. I heard about that too. I think I read an article that was talking about how they basically said like, they basically trained Chris Pratt to be a SEAL, pretty much for that movie or for that show.
Shit.
So, yeah.
Well, because he also was in. I forgot this. He was in Zero Dark 30.
So yeah, he's had training already before. I mean, that's got to be what's so fun about being like some of these guys that do it. That's why Keanu loves doing this shit. It's like the fact that, I mean, how many times when you were a kid or whatever the fuck, and you just wanted to pretend and you have your fake little guns or something like that, and you want to do it. And these guys are like literally getting paid to get trained like that for real. Yeah. You almost want to see like what would they be like in a real life situation, but at the same time, they're just doing this shit for real and getting trained by the best.
The absolute best.
Yeah. But going back to Top Gun, I mean, I think just people just wanted something real, and it was. And Tom Cruise was like, you know what? We're doing this for fucking real. We're not going to do what we did in the first one where we're just on a set and we're like, reacting to this. And we're on something, a makeshift cockpit that's just like turning and stuff like that. We're not going to do that. We're going to feel the G-forces. And when you watch that movie, you're feeling the fucking G-forces. Absolutely. And you're just like all the actors are just like, and you're like, oh my God, how did they? Jeez.
Down
you're
to like, when they actually go up and like you see their face change like from pressure and stuff, and like you can't act like shit going like your head going back like that, it's like you feel like you are being ripped up into the sky when that stuff happens. Like,
and that's why I think and to your point, Dave, I think this is why Top Gun makes a billion, is because there's this there's always this pendulum swing. It's like we go crazy CGI stuff, and then but when you get enough of that, you see something like Top Gun, and all of a sudden everyone's just having this giant breath of fresh air of, oh man, that's real. Like, it really does that. It also helps that Tom Cruise has gotten himself this reputation of, oh no, that crazy son of a bitch is doing all of this shit.
Like he would do it. Yeah,
he would do any of that. So I mean, and you know what? I can enjoy the CGI stuff, but then I can enjoy the practical stuff. But it's also but it's to the point that like when you get the really good CGI, where you swore that was practical, and somebody has to go, no, that was CGI. We've joked about why 1917 wins the best visual effects Oscar. It's like because it was freaking daylight and they shot it in the movie. It's at night. I mean,
when I found out that shot, like when he's running through that town, was all like was shot during the day, and I was like, Jesus Christ! I mean that was just a feat right there.
Remember all the Batman stuff? Remember the motorcycle stuff being daylight and then them turning it into nighttime kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's crazy that I could do that.
I think it always amazes me when people want to. It's not the visual effects that they're visual effects. It's the visual effects when you're like,
don't know it's touched.
What?
Yeah,
you're kidding me. And and I feel like when you can't see the seams, why people want to complain when those movies win best visual effects is like, what are you smoking? I mean, seriously.
I remember when we talked to Brian Hirota and DJ, and I think that question did get brought up. It was like, I think maybe Steven, of course, brought up like, what's better, like when people don't know that there's VFX on there or when it is. And I think what Brian said was like, there's something about achieving like a crazy special effects shot. And yes, it's special effects, but people are like, damn, that looks good. Like it's a work of art. But there is, and I think DJ even said, like, there is something that's kind of cool about when people don't know, like when you see, especially when it's a movie that takes place. I mean, look at the Joker movie, for instance. I mean, they had to turn it back into what, like late 1970s, early 1980s.
Yeah,
like almost a New York City vibe. But of course, it's Gotham. But they had to like do something. I mean, when you see those shots, it just seems like they just shot whatever. But it's
watched that Todd Phillips, when he breaks it down on Variety or something, where he kind of sketches over it. It's like this part was set build and stylization with bringing in old cars and stuff. But that little part at the back, that little horizon, that's CGI. That's world building. So it's like that perfect blend where like practicality meets CGI and it looks untouched. That's the job of a retoucher. It's the job of an editor.
Yeah.
No, like you got to be a magician. They can't even know that you're there. It needs to look
I'm
Real,
trying
the
to
point of
remember.
it, right?
I'm trying to remember the director in the movie I was thinking about, but like one guy was like, "Oh no, this is practical. The only CGI is because of the period. We had to erase all of the antennas on the top of the buildings."
Right.
See, you know what's kind of funny about that? What was I just watching? It wasn't Stranger Things? God damn it! What was I just watching? No, I can't even remember. What the hell was I just watching? But you know, and it sucks too because it's just me and the fact that I work in the telecom industry. Anytime, oh no, it was the Black Phone. Obviously that takes place in Denver, 1978, and it's just funny because it's shot very well. You know, it's a great movie. You know, Scott Derrickson does, you know, he's really good at what he does, and recommend it definitely. But I always look at the telephone poles and I'm always like, yep, there's cable and fiber up there. I don't think that was there for 1978. And I'm just kind of wondering if I was a director, what I would be like, hey, is there any way that we can erase what's on them, because basically it would just be telephone and power. That's about it in 1970, whatever the hell.
But you know, there's some people like that who would do that. I mean,
yeah,
this is why I miss director commentary. Like why director commentaries aren't as prolific as they used to be, because that's the kind of stuff that I would eat up when I would watch movies, is listening to those director commentaries. And even when the goose happened and they go, wait a minute, just wait. Right there. You see that? Yeah, we screwed that up. Sorry, man.
Yeah. I always love that when they rip it apart or they say like how they constructed the scene.
Oh, the Shazam. Do you remember Shazam? They were saying in the mall scene there was like some like the crew that in at the back kind of thing, and it's like that's cool. Like I wouldn't have caught it, but like thank you.
We had to change his shirt because like some crew guy was still in the shot, so we had to like we made it part of the scene. Like, yeah. And that's what I was all about Sandburger. Sandburger is just like, oh no, I'm going to show you. I'm going to pull back the curtain. I'm going to show you how the sausage is made, and I'm going to make you laugh while I do it.
Yeah, I love that. I love that man so much. I praise. And I hate the fact that it's like, you know, it just seems like Shazam 2 is like kind of done for. You know, being released where it's released, it's like, oh yeah, you're going to release it during Christmas. This one, when it doesn't take place during Christmas.
Dave, I listened to you last week when you said like not releasing it during the period of like with Elvis and the Captain Marvel and it's 100%. The release date should have been like that, and it should have been. It's Warner Brothers, man. Come on, like much there.
I can't stop like even thinking about how they dropped the ball with how they could have. You know, because Elvis is Oscar bait. It's 100% Oscar.
It's so 100 Oscar bait, and it's Oscar bait that you don't mind it being Oscar bait. Like it's Oscar bait that you go, no, you go,
You know what pissed me off so much on the feed? I saw somebody, but like it's going viral at the moment. It's like a little screenshot of like Austin Butler's makeup sweaty at the end when like it's that last whatever. Like
the Unchained Melody, the scene with Unchained Melody at the end,
kind of bloated out too.
Yeah,
and like a lot of the Gen Zers and stuff is like, oh, this is what's going to win the award. Like, look, this guy, like definitely would have been sweating on an episode of Hot Wings and stuff. And it's like. That's what the dude looked like. The makeup's good. Like, look at it objectively.
By the way, can you catch it when it transitions to the actual footage?
Yes, that's what I was just about to say.
I mean, like, I was with Heather, and Heather was like, "What?" I was like, "Oh no! Did you notice when they asked? Did you know suddenly when it became 4:3?
Yes,
it's like that's when it went to real footage. You know."
That's the thing. It's like these people didn't actually watch the fucking movie where they show that scene and Austin Butler's doing it, and then all of a sudden it transitions to the actual footage. Like just so like Baz Luhrmann and his editors, they know how to transition shit so nicely and that's what I'm like. I mean, shit. I mean, when it comes to editing, best editing, this movie should be definitely nominated.
Editing award for sure.
Dude, I mean, some of the stuff like when it's showing a montage of things and like, I don't know, like in the splicing real footage. I'm sitting there going, oh, that was real. Oh, that was real. I was like, hey, I think that's real footage. And sometimes you couldn't even spot it.
Seamless, but I kind of take it back. It should be mentioned for an editing award, but then again, I just watched Everything Everywhere Always. Editing wise, that's good.
Yeah.
That's
oh, and by the way, did you see the little blurb that the entire visual effects department on that movie was 9 people and they were and like half of them were self-taught. Like
No
they
shit.
On everything everywhere.
on everything everywhere all at once. Yeah, because it was an indie movie. And there was a little thing I saw that was like the visual effects department was like 9 people, and half of them like were learning as they went, like looking up YouTube, like they were literally like us, like they would look up YouTube videos
mind-blowing. I didn't know
where
that.
they didn't know how to do something.
But
That's
see, that's what's so great
I
about
love that movie. I love that movie so much.
You feel everybody, you feel that. That's the thing. And again, that's why that movie is doing well for being an indie movie and being A24's like best, right? It's like
it is now worldwide. It is now domestic worldwide. It is now A24's #1 box office earner.
But that's the thing is like people, again, just something fresh, a breath of fresh air. We got something like different.
At the same time, they're not reinventing a wheel. That's Scott Pilgrim. That's being done. It's just being like reintroduced to the world and done well. These guys, like you said, Scotty, like all self-taught, all they had was a vision. They knew what they were trying to go for, and they shot it and edited it for what the vision was.
By the way, a plug if you know, because we tend to be podcast listeners, A24's podcast, new episode this week is the Daniels and Daniel Radcliffe.
Oh, okay.
Because they Swiss Army Man, but they get Cheesecake Factory takeout and they interview each other on the podcast. So
that's awesome. Gotta love that. Cool. But yeah. But again, it was like another thing of like, okay, we have all, I mean, talk about just coming out perfectly because, you know, you have all this multiverse stuff that's happening with Marvel, with Spider-Man, and of course, Doctor Strange. Then you have this movie that goes, oh, you want to see multiverse? Well, we'll show you some fucking multiverse. And they showed us some fucking multiverse.
And like, it was so brilliant. It was so brilliant because I do agree with the people and who were like, what perfect timing to have Everything Everywhere All at Once come out like a month and a half before Doctor Strange, so that when you saw Doctor Strange, you're just kind of like, Because I was like,
who did it better? Like,
they
did.
Yeah, this team knew they were doing. Of course, and you get Michelle Yeoh and like that whole cast. We were just like, oh my god,
the brilliantly acted as well.
Oh
like
my god,
everyone stepped up to the plate.
Everyone stepped up to the plate. But see, you just got to love that kind of stuff. And that's what I'm loving about, you know, when it comes to movies this year. And you and me, Scott, our top 4 are exactly the same. It's Batman. It's Batman, Everywhere All at Once, Top Gun, and The Northman.
And The Northman, yes.
Have you seen The Northman yet, Tony?
Unreal, bro.
Yeah. Unreal. I mean, like you watch that movie. I just remember just sitting there and just being like the visuals, just everything just looked gorgeous and everything was just, and I'm just going like, God damn it, man. I mean, I'm just going imagining myself like how just back then and just being in this type of world. And then you get to that final battle. And it's just like, oh, they're going to have this naked final battle, you know, when
a volcano.
A volcano's going on.
Like Anakin and Obi like vibes.
Dude.
Oh, you totally did. And then of course you got some of those Valkyrie scenes that felt like the Green Knight.
Yeah.
And it's all based on the same source material that Hamlet came from. So it's just
it felt so Shakespearean. That's what I was gonna say. It's just everything. And it's not a movie to be streamed. Like I tried recommending it to people that it probably wasn't for and they didn't get it. It's like, Tony, you're weird. You like weird movies. But for me, that shit just whether I like what happens in the film is one thing. Whether the director does it and blows it out of the park with the way they do it is a whole different other thing. And this for me, this was both.
Well, and I agree with you is that like I can watch a movie and go, I don't know how I feel about the movie, but it was done really well. You know, or it's like, or I can read a book and like people complain, well, I didn't like any of the characters. Screw that. I don't need to like the characters. I'm just like, was it well written? Like, you know, was it well acted? Because sometimes the people I end up, quote, liking the most in the movie are some of the most terrible, despicable people in the movie. I'm not sure if that says something about me personally, but once again, it's because it's about who's performing it, who's playing it. Random non sequitur, but just because I've been watching it, I'm in episode 3. People told me about this, but I'm on Paramount Plus and I'm watching The Offer right now.
Okay.
Godfather?
About the making of The Godfather.
Oh, okay. There you go. I was like,
casting is like Miles Teller, man. Miles Teller is having a year.
He really is.
Yeah.
I mean, he stars in this as the producer of The Godfather, Al Ruddy, and between that and then being Top Gun. And I was saying, going, wow, this is the guy who was like Cyclops in the prequel X-Men movies, and he was in.
No, he was Fantastic Four. He was Reed Richards. He was
Reed Richards.
Yeah.
He was also Ready Player One.
Yeah, was he in Ready Player One?
Was he in that movie with Michael B. Jordan? In Trank's first movie.
Yeah.
What was it called?
He was. No, he wasn't in that. No, was he in that? No, he wasn't in that.
Dane DeHaan. It was Dane DeHaan.
Dane DeHaan played the.
Similar time.
I always forget what that fucking movie is called. It's one word.
It's
all one shot. It's all one shot.
Chronicle.
There you go. Chronicle. That's what it is.
That was cool.
Which, when it comes to those type of movies, that's an art in and of itself. Trying to do those. I mean, obviously, when it came to Blair Witch, what's kind of funny? It's like I just saw a podcast with Thomas Jane, and they brought up Deep Blue Sea, which, if anybody hasn't seen Deep Blue Sea, that's a great movie. Have you guys seen it?
I have not seen it.
Yeah, you're not good with gore. And there's some pretty gory stuff. But it's a good movie. I remember going to see it with my dad, and we walked out loving that. And it's underappreciated. I don't like to use underrated a lot because I think people overuse underrated.
Underrated means people don't like what I like.
Exactly. People overuse it.
Yeah, and overrated just
spoken
means
about enough.
People like something that I don't like.
Yeah, exactly. People use that a little too much. But I would say that Deep Blue Sea, not a lot of people talk about it enough, because I always it was a shark movie, and it was about enhanced sharks and what they were trying to do. And it was a really good movie. And that was the first time I knew knowing who Thomas Jane is. And then he talked about how that movie didn't do well because Blair Witch came out the same weekend and blew it out of the water. No pun intended. But yes, it's just this small movie that they just put hey, we're going to do this handheld thing. And everybody went to see it. I mean, I saw that too, but at the same time, it was
I tried to see it for a month, and I could never make it to it. And of course, it also held with the whole marketing, making you think that it was real.
Yeah, if they made it think it was real, but then I loved how, and I was I always loved the found footage art, the films, because people kept on trying to push it. And when Matt Reeves just came out and said, all right, well, we're going to do a monster film like that, I was like, holy shit. I mean, how he pulled that off, with Cloverfield, I don't even, it's still amazing.
You have a shark that would stand up kind of thing, like one that would it was kind of on his legs, like a standing kind of shark or something. Like he had
shark, in Cloverfield.
Deep Blue Sea. No, Deep
Blue
Sea.
Deep Blue Sea. Deep Blue Sea was basically the premise of it is there's this facility that is extracting like brain matter or DNA from these enhanced sharks to try to cure Alzheimer's. And in result, it's actually making their brains larger, so they don't stand up. But they there's a part where they when they approach certain things, all of a sudden they swim backwards, and they're like, wait, that shark just swim backwards? And it's they're very they it's almost like raptors in Jurassic Park.
Let's say, do they open doors? That's what I need to know. Do they?
They don't open doors because naturally, how are you going to make a shark movie of a facility that's in the ocean? How are you going to make sharks get in there? Someone's going to fuck something up, and doors are going to open, water's going to start flying in there. And
it was so familiar. I think I must have watched it as a kid, but this.
Yeah. No, it didn't straight upright, but it was there was a big thing that they swam backwards. It was what the fuck? Oh shit. Just did that, so, but it's a good movie, but yeah, that just led me into a whole Thomas Jane thing. And they even talked about The Mist, by the way. The Mist.
Oh, The Mist.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. That was one of those that it was Frank Darabont walked so Mike Flanagan could fly. That's a good way to say that. Yeah. I mean, because when it comes to Stephen King adaptations, with Frank Darabont, you got Shawshank, Green Mile, and The Mist.
Yeah.
And that led us into Mike Flanagan doing what he does. And it's just
fun fact.
Oh,
fun fact about The Mist, what Thomas Jane said on this podcast, the ending, obviously, ending is one of those. I remember again saw it with my dad, and we were both like walked out like, holy shit, like that ending. Have you seen it, Tony?
I haven't seen The Mist. I'm looking it up right now.
Oh,
yeah,
dude,
okay, we won't even say it
nope.
because it is one of those endings that it's just.
And there's a black and white version too that's really hard to come by these days. And I think the black and white version has an alternate ending.
Yeah, but what Thomas Jane said was that ending, when you know they obviously turned it into the studio and everything like that. The studio was like, change that ending, or else we're gonna have to cut your budget. And guess what? They said, all right, we'll have to work with a smaller budget then, because he didn't want to change the ending. And I'm thankful he didn't, because that ending is still talked about to this day.
Oh no, the other side of the coin with the I Am Legend and today though, right? Will Smith being like, what if it ended another way? And now, but studio mandated endings, I get it.
Oh god, no! And that's the funny thing is because like the alternate version of I Am Legend is the better version of the movie.
Of course it is.
I agree.
It makes so much. Like the movie like holds together so much better. Of course, I still need to read the story, the Richard Matheson story, because there's another guy who it's like when you look at Richard Matheson's work. Are you guys familiar with what he's done?
No.
You're giving me a little lesson here right now. I'm looking it all up.
Okay, so Richard Matheson, who wrote the I Am Legend story, was also the guy who wrote What Dreams May Come.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the Robin Williams
movie. He also wrote the novel Somewhere in Time, which they made into a movie with Christopher Reeve and Jane Seymour. If you've not seen that, that is like, oh my god, like tear up my heart, stomp on it, make me cry in tears. Oh no, it's one of those movies that looks like it should be a chick flick, but my dad and I cry over it and love it. And then we showed it to like my mom and my sister. They were like, it was okay. We're like, but it's beautiful.
What are you talking about? You're supposed to be crying. Yeah.
He also was the guy who wrote Terror at 20,000 Feet.
Terror at 20,000 Feet. Which one was that?
That was the episode of The Twilight Zone with William Shatner. That when they did the movie, it was John Lithgow.
There's something on the plane. Yeah. I've watched both. Yeah, because the Twilight Zone movie had John Lithgow, which that one freaked me out when I was.
Oh wow, yeah. I've got that up now. It's all in black and white.
Yeah.
Twilight
William Shatner, yeah. That was you watched that episode of that one. I mean, sure. I mean, it's great. William Shatner acting, of course. We love that William Shatner acting. But then when you see the creature on the plane, it's like it's so weird. Like it's just funny. Like back then, that freaked out people.
There's a thumbnail of it here right now.
Yeah,
but it was also black. It was also TV. Like
it was. You appreciate it. You appreciate it. And then you watch the Twilight Zone, the movie where they redid it, and they did a great job of like the creature looks different. It's slimy and gross and just weird looking. And there's like a part where like, of course, John Lithgow just does a great job of just being that freak out guy that's just like on the worst fucking plane ride possible because there's turbulence. They're going through a storm and he's just losing it. And then at the end when he actually, good Lord, man. Oh man, that's
directed by Richard Donner.
Yes. Oh yeah. Wow. That was a thing. That was a thing that I found surprising. It usually finds me surprising. It's like when Richard Donner passed away, it was amazing the body of work that people were unaware that he did. It's like the dude directed some movies, and he directed a lot of them, and he directed like a whole swath. Because I remember like. We always like, what are our favorite ones? What are our like underrated? We use the underrated gems, and I was like, Maverick, love Maverick, and everyone's like, it was like he directed that. I was like, hell yeah, he directed that.
That dude, I love Maverick so much. And I remember like back when we didn't have all these streaming services, kids, and it would be on
VHS
when it was on HBO. You put it on no matter what. If it was 5 minutes left, if it was like you always were happy when it was only 10 minutes in. You're like, oh shit, because I love that movie. That movie,
God, like Mel Gibson, James Garner, Jodie Foster, Graham Greene, Danny Glover's cameo.
Yeah. Their little Easter egg they do for Lethal
Weapon. Yes,
that was great. What's his name? Andrew? Not Andrew. Alfred Molina also in
Alfred
that.
Molina, yes.
Yeah. There's that movie. If you like poker, you like Old West movies, that's a movie to watch.
You know what
Definitely.
that Maverick did for me for 5-card draw, like what Casino Royale did for Texas Hold'em, because those are the movies that taught me how to play those games.
Oh wow.
True.
Cool.
I can see that. I was just looking at Richard Donner's like IMDb. I mean, of course, you know him for the Lethal Weapons, The Omen. That's right.
Alfred Molina looks so different in it. Oh my god.
Oh, dude, yeah.
You know, Alfred Molina's in Raiders.
That's true. He's in Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah, right at the beginning.
Right at the beginning, he's the guy who double crosses Indy.
Yeah, but then he ends up getting his. So.
He does end up getting his. That's the best part about those movies. Which, by the way, we're 1 year away from Indy 5.
Yeah, how are we feeling about that?
You know what? Here's where I'm staying. You know, I don't hate Crystal Skull, but it definitely didn't have something. But this is James Mangold.
Yeah,
I'm like, he's not really disappointed me too terribly. I mean, Ford versus Ferrari was the last thing he did for me, and I'm like,
yeah, I really enjoyed it.
And that was excellent.
That was excellent, and of course Logan, and like especially if you watch the director's cut of The Wolverine.
Oh, that's so much better.
So much better.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with it, and you know what? As long as Harrison is actually like, as long as Harrison gives a shit, that's
the key to it. Yeah,
that's the key.
If he cares, I'll care.
Yeah. That's the thing. And then, like, you know, I mean, the last one, you know, Crystal Skull, that's what it was called, right?
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it had its moments, but when Shia LaBeouf started swinging from the vines,
went,
I went, what the fuck, Steven. It was almost like, dude, I mean, I love you, Mr. Spielberg, but what is fucking happening in this right here? It was just a little too, I think there was a little too much, especially in that scene. That whole chase sequence was like, this is just all on a fucking set right here.
Yeah. They
Mine was when he jumped in the fridge and it's like a nuclear explosion or something.
Oh, that's the very beginning of the movie. That's like,
yeah. So you were lost right at the beginning. Yeah, I mean, that movie. It was almost just seemed like it was like, hey, Steven, you have to do this movie. It's Indiana Jones. Come on. And he was like, all right. And then it just was, I don't know. It just didn't have the feel as the other three. I mean, the other three there's just something about those. I mean, again, going back to not a lot of visual effects. It's practical. You feel like when Indiana Jones punches somebody, you fucking feel that. When he punches a Nazi on that tank in Last Crusades, you feel that shit. You know, you're feeling that shit.
No, I agree. And it comes down to what story you're trying to tell. Like,
exactly.
If he's this is what worries me. Like, Harrison's kind of signed up for stuff that he hasn't been fully committed to, and it's like he must have come back because there must be like a story that he's like got to tell, and it's like, all right, I guess we'll find out when it comes out. Like, I'm open to it. I love Indy. It was like one of my most favorite quoted movies growing up as a kid.
Okay, Tony, did you watch the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles TV show?
No.
Do you know about this?
No.
I know about it, but I never watched it.
Oh, okay. Sit down, children. Let
Sit down. Let's all gather around, kids.
Let's all go. Okay, it was an ABC Sunday night TV show. It was developed by George Lucas to be educational because in every episode, Indy would either as a like 8 or 9 year old boy, or as Sean Patrick Flannery in his teenage years, would bump into historical figures and would participate in historical events. So it was a really great way for kids to have a fun Indiana Jones story, but learn world history.
Kind of like a Forrest Gump situation where he's bumping into like the figures and stuff.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Including Catherine Zeta-Jones and Daniel Craig in like the mid 90s.
Wow.
Oh yeah, because he gets involved in World War I. And it was really good. The TV show was done where you would see Indy in present day, and he was old and he had an eye patch, and like you're like Indy had rode hard, put up wet, kind of deal.
Yeah.
And he would basically find himself in a situation where he would tell a story, and then the episode would be the story that old Indy was telling, and the episodes would just jump around. When you get it now, like on DVD, they did an annoying thing where they took all of the adventures, they edited basically 2 episodes together into movies, completely cut out the old Indy narration, and all of the episodes are now strung together to chronologically tell Indy's life. So episode like
because they kind of like, when it came to Last Crusade, we saw a young Indiana, which was River Phoenix.
River Phoenix, yes.
And they were kind of going like, hey, we should probably capitalize on that. I mean, I'm guessing that's why they kind of did it, was just like, why not do that? Yeah.
But it was really good. I mean, they even did an episode. I mean, now we have more movie examples, but for school, my social studies teacher, I would hand her, there was an episode called Trenches of Hell, because if you wanted to teach kids about World War I trench warfare, this 1 hour of television had everything: trenches, Gatling guns, mustard gas, all the stuff. So it was really good. And then as Indiana Jones has gone on, like even Crystal Skull, if you know what you're listening for, they reference it. Like they hint at things Indy did.
Oh,
so it was kind of cool.
Yeah, but like you said, like a little bit of a Forrest Gump vibe when it came to that, like going into like these. And by the way, did you guys see like Tom Hanks talk about how like he told Robert Zemeckis, why are we doing the bench scenes? He's like, who's going to sit down with this weird dude and talk about, oh, do we really need to do this? Which ended up being, that's the story, like him telling the stories.
It's the narrative framework. It's like how the story gets told.
But that's just funny how like Tom Hanks was like questioning it, and that again, going back to how these movies can be made and how like sometimes actors and directors and just trying to figure things out and craft this way of like telling a story, and the main actor is going, really, like, just we're gonna do this where he's just waiting for a buzz. Is that the number 9? It's like, and it's, but that was a perfect way to like jump to all these different stories in Forrest Gump's life.
That was the glue,
and there's no way that movie would probably work without having him sitting on that bench and
I've been to that bench, by the way.
Have you?
It's in Savannah. It's in Savannah, Georgia.
Yeah. In Greenbow, Alabama, I always laugh because people are like, "Yeah," I'm like, "That's not actually a real place," but
no, it's not. No, it's not.
Greenbow, Alabama.
It's like To Kill a Mockingbird going. You do realize that's not a real.
Not a real place.
It's not a real place, and that little kid is Truman Capote, and all the other things you want to point out when you read that book.
Oh man, such a great movie. But I always love it when you hear just kind of stuff like that, like especially in recent interviews when people talk about, when somebody asks the question. That's what's so great about nowadays with stuff like this. Go ahead.
You said like in terms of like how actors all sometimes question like the vision or the way the narrative is worked and stuff. I saw an interview with Christian Bale recently where everybody on set for American Psycho thought he was the worst actor ever, because he said that he basically based his character, his whole aura around a live TV interview with Tom Cruise talking about something. He was just like, so it was so impersonal. It was just so like feeling the emotions, but like with dead eyes. And it's kind of how he based his Patrick Bateman or whatever around. And on set, people didn't get it, and they were like, "This guy's the worst actor ever." But that was the genius behind it.
And I love that. That's the thing. I mean, he went as far as capping his teeth too. I don't know if you guys heard about that. He capped his teeth to make him look as perfect as possible, because he thought the character, obviously he's all about perfection. When you watch that opening scene, when he talks about his fucking morning ritual, which is insane.
Between that and the business card scene.
Yes.
That's study.
See, that's the thing. It's like, see, I didn't hear about that. I didn't read that, but that's interesting. But that just shows you right there. It's like sometimes, like, you just gotta let. I mean, does it work all the time? I almost want to know, like, when did it not work? When like an actor was trying to take it somewhere, and the director was trying to take it somewhere, and it just didn't work. But you gotta love it when certain things just go like people question it. The Forrest Gump thing, or even the American Psycho thing. Like, yeah, when people are like, but this guy's a dick. And then all of a sudden you watch the final product, you're like, well, Dad, look at what you just got right there. That's fucking beautiful. Look at that thing.
I'm trying to think of any other examples like recent, like where that has happened.
I don't know. There's like, but I love when those little tidbits come out, like especially when, like Christian Bale's in the new Thor movie, and it's like, okay, then all of a sudden somebody asks him about something. I'm like, yes, thank you, because if I were to talk to Christian Bale, I wouldn't want to just be like, so how was it like going in the MCU? I'd be like,
talk about being dead in the eyes when answering questions. Like that whole Junkee interview just felt painful watching him answer some of those questions.
Junkee interviews. I did that one time, and I said never again. I did it for the Mortal Kombat, and I interviewed the actors that played Kano and Sonya. Yep. I did not like it. I wanted, and I tried to make the best of it, and thankfully, I made Michelle, what's her name? I made her a little like, oh, did he just ask that? But I made what's his name who played Kano laugh, because I was like, hey, so how does it feel like to be the franchise douche? I said that. I just said that to him, and she, like, I remember because they sent me the Zoom like both of them. She went like this, like what? And then he just laughed, and I was like, all right, at least he laughed. Because I was just like, I don't want to ask like the traditional fucking questions. And I just was like, so how does it feel to be the franchise douche? And then that ended up being like kind of like a running joke, because, we said douche about like 3 or 4 more times. And I was like, thank God. But at the same time, I'm just like, you're literally in a Zoom thing, and they're like, you have 8 minutes or something like that. Yeah. I like this, like when I can have somebody just, hey, let's just relax and let's just fucking have a chat. That's just
because I mean, it's so funny when I go back and look at my Justice Con interview with Harry Lennox, you can watch for like the first 15 to 20 minutes. I am a nervous effing wreck. Like I watch it, I'm like, stop. Like the ticks start to bother me as I watch it, going, oh my God, really, dude, get your act together.
Whenever you watch yourself on screen, I'm looking at myself on screen feeling funny as well. Like it's
it's all, you're good, dude.
No, it's fine. But once again, you don't get in depth unless you have time to like build rapport with the person that you're interviewing. That's why the when you think about the interviewers who like are lauded to this day, it's because they were given that access to have like that one-on-one time. It's like watching that Ron Howard movie Frost Nixon. It's like,
another one I haven't seen, Scott.
That is a great flick. Oh my God, that Michael Sheen is Frost, and
I forgot who's Nixon. Shit,
Frank Langella.
Oh, okay. There. Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah. Yes. Frank. Yeah. If you don't know who that is, you've seen him in other things. You've seen him. He's showed up in a lot of things. If you know who, who it is.
Good cast. Yeah.
It's a good cast. It's definitely a good cast, and we got somebody that's showing up right now.
That's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay?
I don't know why I chose that for you, Casey, but hey, Casey.
Hey. How you doing, guys?
He does live in a dream world.
Yeah, well, he's got the blurry background. We talked about, like I said, Tony right here. He's got a good frame of, too, but he's been.
Tony is hands down the best. No one
can
compete with him.
Coming in.
His pictures are amazing.
Ass.
You see his persona on Twitter, and then you go to his Instagram. He's like a completely different person. Who is this guy?
What's going on?
His profile is really good.
Yeah. What's going on, Casey? How you doing? Yeah. Hi, Scott.
Scott.
He's just waiting for me to say something, smart ass and and condescending. It's usually how our relationship works. But it's okay, Casey. I'm going to be leaving in 10 minutes anyway, so it's like you have the floor.
I know you got a trip to go on, right?
I have a trip. I have 5 hours minimum driving tomorrow.
Where are you going?
I'm going back up to the mountains.
Ooh, hiking.
There may be some hiking. There will definitely be some drinking. And a hot tub. I'm just saying,
nice. It's a good getaway.
It is a very good getaway. It won't be quite as relaxing as the last time because the entire family, including my 3 children, are going. So,
But no, we have a holiday weekend over here in the States, so we're all
lots of fireworks for you this weekend.
We'll be doing that. You know what sucks though, because it's on a Monday. I have to work the next day, so I'm like, God, I always hate it when 4th of July falls on a weekday because it's like,
they
I wish it was
accounted for the hangover.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, ugh. So I gotta like watch myself and be like, okay, stop drinking right here. Watch some fireworks, go home, try to go to sleep, and then it's not going to be easy. But what can you do? But before Scott, before you leave today, tonight, I should say. First off, did you watch Stranger Things?
I have watched episode 8.
Okay, so not the finale.
No, because that's 2.5 hours, and I.
Yeah, no, dude.
Well, here's the thing. Like I just said, 3 children. One, this is not a show I can watch with my children in the room.
Not at all.
And once they go to bed, it's like, when episode 8 is an hour and a half, great, I can get an hour and a half in. But then when the next episode is 2.5 hours, it's like, and I have to get up in the morning and pack the family up into the minivan and hit the road. It's like.
That's why I said in the chat before, it's like respect to the dads in the chat because I got no time and I got no kids. I'm not married. Like, I don't know how you guys do it. I got no time anywhere. And it's trying to fit in 2.5 hours in the middle of the week.
Oh, well, Dave has experienced my children joining the Vodka stream.
There's one that's been on here. Yeah.
There's a couple actually. I think Declan
they've
popped
all
his head in.
Yeah,
have they all made an appearance at this point?
Not your oldest. Well, I don't think your oldest has.
I don't think Liam has shown up.
Liam hasn't.
He'll actually listen to me. Like, here's how you know when you see me doing this. Like when you see the arm for some reason, it's because I'm like snapping at them, going.
Oh yeah, there's times where I see your mic get muted or something like that, and I see something like going. I'm like,
Chris's kids always come in frame as well.
A child has entered the game. Yeah,
funny.
No, I've noticed that. No, but I wanted to talk a little bit about like Dwayne Johnson today talking about Superman. And Casey, perfect time for
confirmed.
Yeah, I know. Is it confirmed? I know. And it's we've heard things about possibly a Superman and Black Adam. And we've heard that it's possibly just another silhouette, headless, whatever the hell. They're just like, hey, Superman, remember that guy? But we don't have an actor yet. But then we have Dwayne Johnson kind of just going like,
yes, you have an actor.
Somebody.
I'm just saying, you have.
I know exactly. There's this guy right here.
Hold up.
Oh, yeah. Bring up that painting of him. Look at that beautiful thing. Look at that. That's so cool. Yes, we have somebody right there, and we know that. Obviously, we got Danny Garcia, who, we got that. I mean, we're all locked and loaded when it comes to Superman. Casey, what do you got?
Scott's always got everything at hand's distance as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Scott's he's got everything
ready.
He always come ready. But no, but when it comes to that, and then I was like, okay, so that's weird. I just thought it was kind of strange that Dwayne Johnson would actually just do that. And then I went, okay, let me talk to, the person I talk to when it comes to that world. And I'm like, and I just sent them a tweet. I'm like, what's going on here? And he responded like, all right, well, let me just ask and blah, blah, blah. Let me see what I can do. And then it just seems like seems like it's not for nothing, right? Because obviously we had this, people are talking about that there's going to be a Superman and Black Adam, but it's not going to be, they're not going to see a face. It's going to be like how it was with Shazam and Peacemaker and blah, blah, blah. And I've talked about how, Black Adam is going to need a little bit of help. I mean, we're all going to probably go see it, right? We're all.
You think that's what it is? He kind of needed a little bit of that marketing push.
I think he does. Because again, going back to my whole little rant and gripe about how they kind of dropped the ball when it came to, they could have just worked it in with Elvis, and the fact that Elvis was a Captain Marvel fan, aka Shazam, and they could have just kind of did all this, and it's like, all right. And we don't know how much Black Adam is going to connect with Shazam. It's like there was just a thing that they could have done marketing. Again, I don't know. It's just there's just some things there that they could have. Yeah. And now it's like when we heard that test screenings for Black Adam were not as positive as the Flash. Go figure. The Flash is getting positive, and Black Adam maybe not as much. So they did some reshoots, and now it's like, okay, if there is that rumor out there that yes, we're gonna have a shadowy Superman. And then all of a sudden, Dwayne Johnson this week, the same week that comes out, goes, oh, yeah, I hear you, we hear you, and blah, blah, blah. And he starts doing that. It's not by accident. It's not like he was just sipping some of his tequila and eating, 7 pancakes or something on his cheat day in front of his, that he does. And he was just decided to tweet that out. I think it's definitely a marketing thing. I mean, he didn't obviously say Henry Cavill by name, but that's why I was like, all right. Quote tweet
it, though. To me, it kind of seems like, yeah, we're doing it for the fans. I always listen to you guys, but at the same time, it always feels like dismissive and like not really addressing the question at hand. Like he's always doing that.
Well, because he's not going to address the question at hand. That's because, I mean, it. Here's the thing: when you've been following this stuff long enough. You see how you might not know how the game is played, but you've seen the game get played enough times that you're just like, why do people? I don't get upset when people give me the runaround. I know they're going to give me the runaround, like it either for legal reasons or because they don't have an answer or because. We got to solve that. We got to solve this problem. We got to solve it now. And whatever it is, it's trying. It's like he's the lion tamer with the chair and the whip, going back, Simba, back. It's like trying to make sure that everyone doesn't just lose their shit because when these rumors come out, and of course. It's always funny to me when the people who share the rumors are like, take this with a grain of salt, or I don't really know if I believe this, but I'm still going to sit here and comment on it. It's like, and that's why it's like, I've seen these rumors come and go. I'm not saying that they are not something that's happening or maybe could have happened, or, you just never know where they're coming from. Is it just because somebody in a production meeting threw spaghetti in the wall to see what would stick, and it's being reported as, reportedly, I've heard that, doesn't mean that they're taking the idea. It might just mean that some guy in the room, threw it off. But the problem is that when we've had the Headless cameo in Shazam and you got the Shadow and Peacemaker, no one's giving you any benefit of the doubt at this point. Like it's like, once bitten, twice shy, and at this point, it's fool me once, shame on you; fool me twice, shame on me. And it's like,
it's also like the broken clock is right twice a day situation as well. You store enough shit. See, I was right. It's like, yeah, but
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that too. And by the way, Nikki's asking about that. What's the best peanut butter to use? I don't know.
That situation specifically.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I don't. But thank you for the $10 super chat.
Is sandwich like a euphemism? I'm just kind of curious, Casey. Like what's going on here?
That is why.
What are you putting peanut butter on, Casey? I don't know.
The first thing is that I don't.
It took
like
me 10
peanut
minutes.
butter.
It took me 10 minutes to do it, but I did it. I'm making Casey just slightly uncomfortable.
Thirsty's always real when KC pops on, and you see the whole crowd going wild. All the girls thirsting over kids and Casey.
That was for you, Tony.
But no. But let's be honest. Let's look at this beautiful man over here. We understand. We get it.
Okay, what do you want, Scott? What do you want?
Your love and admiration, Casey.
Oh, you always have that, Scott.
Peanut butter too.
You always have that. You've watched Severance, so you're in my good books.
I know. Oh yeah. Casey is like anybody who's watched Severance, he's like all about it. But,
You're doing the most for Severance, by the way. Like,
yeah, he totally is.
But I'm still not getting anything from them. It's
You know what? It's fine. Casey's doing for Severance what I felt like Rachel did for Army of Thieves. You find your passion project.
So what is the best peanut butter, Casey?
Yeah, what is the best peanut butter?
I'm sorry to disappoint, but I don't like peanut butter.
Oh!
So I have no choice in that.
Wah, wah. Damn. Oh man.
I like chocolate spread.
Chocolate spread. So you like a Nutella kind of thing. Jeez.
Or like Nutella or Nutino. Nutino's pretty good too.
I like Hershey's. I like Galaxy. Nutella is good, but it's still mixed with hazelnut, so I'm not really that big of a fan of Nutella. But
sometimes you
peanut butter is just.
And sometimes you don't.
You don't like peanut butter? Peanut butter is so great, especially peanut butter and chocolate. It's so good. Reese's, come on. All right, now.
I like Reese's. I like Reese's.
Okay, at least you like.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah, there's a combination right there that just you can't pass up. All right, now that we've talked about. Now that we've had the peanut butter talk, thank you, Nikki. Let's get back to this Henry Cavill talk. I mean, so like when I reached out and to who I talked to in the biz and whatever the fuck, I guess you could say it.
I was say don't say source. Don't say source. You're my guy.
Don't say source. May the source be with you. But I just kind of was like, all right, so what's the? And then it's like, oh. Warner Brothers Discovery. I mean, obviously, we were wondering like, what are they going to do with Superman? So it's like, it basically what came back was it's got to be justified. So that's why I was like, and then it was like, all right, so should we just bombard hashtag Henry Cavill Superman? Sure. All right, let's try that. So The Rock posted not one, but two quote tweets talking about that, which is interesting because it's almost like, all right, Dwayne Johnson's the ultimate hype man. I mean, that he comes from hype. He comes from wrestling, WWE, whatever the hell.
He even mentioned that.
Yeah. He comes from being a hype man. That's his thing. So it's like, all right, if he's seeing stuff that maybe the test screenings didn't go as well and they did some reshoots and hopefully that does help the situation and maybe people didn't react to the trailer, they didn't hype it up. That's why when he did a video talking about a 98% positive and I'm like, what's that today? Yeah, what number? How did you pull that number out of your ass?
Well, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yeah, true. And you can really just take it all in. And I think they were like, okay, how do we take it to it? And he sold it. When I saw the video, I was like, fucker sold it. And that's what he's good at doing. So now he's kind of going when he probably saw that people were talking about, oh man, another, shadow Superman or blah, blah, blah. So then he decides to like, all right, well, fuck it. And let me just do this and quote tweet this. And then, from what I'm gathering is like, I mean, obviously we all want to see Henry Cavill, just him and Henry Cavill. Just Casey, you did that whole edit.
That was great. That final shot was great. It was really nice.
Yeah. Especially that was speaking of seamless. You did a good job, and I love how you showed how you did that too. I mean, it's people like that shit. That's the thing. Me and Tony were talking about like just how we like to see how that stuff's crafted. I mean, especially nerds like us. It's like that's a cool shot. How'd you pull it off? And what planning and how long did it take and all that stuff. And people don't realize it's not just like it's not just like that sometimes. But so it's like, all right, so what it's going to take for Cavill to come in, and we've talked about how I mean, if we listen to the Scoopers, obviously he's been in negotiations for like 2 years, and he's had a contract and not I don't know. It's all dumb. I hate that shit. Obviously, we can gripe about that, but at the same time, it's like, all right, so if he can get the conversation started, cool. Maybe something can be talked about there. there's no guarantees, and pretty much it's a long shot. Like, don't get your. That's why I said in my little short video that I posted, like, hey, I'm not trying to get anybody's hopes up, but hey, head over to Twitter, quote tweet it, use hashtag Henry Cavill Superman, which a lot of people did. And I mean, and I just wanted to get everybody's kind of like thoughts. Like, Scott, I know you have to leave soon, so like, what are your thoughts about Dwayne Johnson kind of doing this today?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what he did. I've been.
Oh, that's right, because you haven't been watching the Stranger Things.
Yeah, I went timeline dark because I can't trust people to not be jackasses about Stranger Things.
Smart.
So can you give me okay 30 seconds elevator pitch, go.
So essentially, okay, maybe I'll just bring up the tweet and
basically he confirmed that Henry Cavill is coming back.
Yeah, okay, see. You son of a bee. All right, I'll bring up the tweet right here, or at least. Oh man, he tweeted a lot today. I didn't realize that. Okay. Wow, he tweeted out the toys, which are cool. I know, Scott, you saw the toys. But this is the
Sabic. We hadn't seen the Sabic design yet. And those McFarlanes are like legit for these Black Adam figures.
Yeah. So here's the tweet right here. It says, from back in the day, when I was wrestling in flea markets for $40 a match, all the way to now, I've learned to always listen to the audience because they will always lead you to where you need to go. I hear you and always will. And that's quote tweeting somebody going, heroes, can't wait for this movie. And then they posted this right here.
But the beauty of that tweet, though, to Tony's point, is he doesn't actually say anything. Like
exactly.
that says nothing. It says, I hear you. Great. You hear us. What the hell are you going to do about it?
And then the second one is like, stay calm. It's like, yeah.
So,
but
what it does is that it's good spin.
Yes.
It's good spin. It's like, listen, I am of the people. I hear you. I hear what you want. Which, if you're someone who is superficial enough to take it at face value, you can then spin that into thinking that means whatever you want it to mean. All it means is he's saying, yeah, guys, I know you want Henry Cavill in the movie. I hear that. Well, don't you think he does? They work for the same agent. It's like it doesn't mean anything. It sounds nice. It's platitudes. But do I hope that he's in it? Do I hope we actually get to see Henry Cavill? Yeah. But I'll also say that Warner Brothers screwed the pooch on that when they could have gotten for a whole lot cheaper before his stock rose.
That's the thing. That's the thing about, we've talked about Cavill. His, like I said, his stock has gone up. I don't know the whole logistics when it comes to why it just never worked out. All I know is he aimed high, they aimed low. And it just shit didn't work out, But I'm just kind of like, the only thing that I'm liking about this, and that's why I was like, all right. So if Warner Brothers Discovery needs it to be justified of like, okay, we need Henry Cavill, we want Henry Cavill, and Zaz loves a numbers guy. He's a numbers guy. We've talked about this. If he sees the numbers and with his decision of what he wants to do with this, he's got to see the numbers. That's why I was like, all right. Everybody just quote tweet this tweet and just put Henry Cavill Superman, try to blow up this thing, get it trending, whatever the hell. That'll help. And I posted a video. I did a YouTube short and then I posted it on whatever the hell. And I was like, hey, head over there, do that, see what we could do. Is it going to work? It's a long shot. It might not do anything. Henry Cavill's currently shooting The Witcher season 3 right now. That's probably going to wrap up soon. I don't know if they actually could just do something where they could sneak him in at the very end. I don't know. It's very much a long shot. KC, what say you?
I agree with Scott. I think it doesn't, answer the question, nor does it confirm anything. I just think that he wants the. Yeah, he's building the hype using the DC fandom online, and he's obviously seeing the tweets because he randomly quote tweets, some mentioned tweets. So he's obviously seeing every tweet. He knows that it's filled with Superman since years, years now, because we first saw them, in a photo on a table
Sharing
meeting,
some
and
tequila.
they were talking about stuff. And then and that time Henry Cavill was also teasing Green Lantern and stuff like that. So he knows that what characters are popular and what people want. And with Zaslav, I kind of have hope now, because he has been, since even becoming, since even taking office, he has been, championing for Superman, specifically in every article and stuff like that. So I just hope that he, gets Henry Cavill. If they want to get a recast for Superman, I would rather take a full reboot. I don't want the main guy to be different and others be the same. If you want to just recast some people, because that might happen with Ezra as well. So just reboot reboot the whole thing. Why just keep these broken things? Or if you want to continue, just I would I would say, I know this is easier to say than do, but just pay the man for one movie. You gotta have that one compromise to build. And even from Henry's side, like I think he should also, compromise for a bit and work something out temporarily so that they can look for the future, together, right? Not just for one movie or two movies. So I just really hope that something, happens there with negotiations and stuff like that. Um, what I actually think about Superman in the DCU, though, is that he should get a solo movie next. I think Cavill wants it. I think a lot of people want it.
Yes.
You know,
Casey's got the
um,
perfect pitch, by the way. Okay. You briefly.
yeah, like it's not even just my pitch. It's what Henry wants. Like he
Yeah.
wants to do it exactly after Man of Steel, and that would be very cool because a lot of people are complaining about Batman, Flash, whatever. So that second movie will have to be set between Man of Steel and Batman v Superman. So you have none of the Justice League, you have none of the Dark Side stuff. You just have Superman, family, Lois, all that shit. You can even have General Swanwick in there because he was in Man of Steel. So you can have more of a Martian Manhunter, filling those gaps which
Right.
Zack Snyder's Justice League didn't have. So you can have all that as well. So I would say just go make that movie because that movie I think is very essential to even Zaslav's promise to the DCU because he has been talking a lot, and there's no other project that he could announce that would be bigger than a solo Superman project right now. He could come out and say, we're doing Flash 2, we're doing Wonder Woman 3, we're doing Green Lantern, whatever he's gonna say, you know, well, barring Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, maybe. But apart from that, there's literally nothing else that he can announce that would make a bigger impact, especially if he does that at Comic Con, which is coming soon. Like, they literally have nothing, and Marvel is going to have a huge panel. So this is the perfect time for him to, announce that Superman movie, even if it's like 3 years away. Just announce it so that people at least know that you are taking the fans seriously, because a lot of people since 2016 now have been asking about a solo Superman project, and they want that. I was on the boat that I don't want to see that because it kind of is out of Zach's plan, but now I'm like, just have it, it's fine, because there's no longer that continuity straight continuity
That
going
that,
in the
that plan
DCU.
is out the window anyway.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
So yeah, it doesn't matter now. So just go make a movie. There's recent rumors also that Zaslav was planning a soft reboot with this Superman, Henry Cavill Superman. Whether that's true or not, I think that would also be kind of cool. Maybe have another director, another pitch. And in the new timeline, there's no Superman, so they actually can bring in an alternate timeline, Clark Kent, whatever, to this DCU to become the main Superman. And in that one, Henry Cavill can portray him as he wants, and then the audience can react to that.
It's like, I mean, look at the Fox X-Men. I mean, there's a
Yeah,
reason why
exactly.
there's a line in Deadpool where he goes like, McAvoy or Stewart. These timelines are confusing.
I love that line so much.
No, it's such a great line because it's so subtle because he's being dragged. He's being dragged, and he's just like, and he's being dragged by Colossus, and he just mentions that. He's like, I'm going to take you back. And he just says it. It's just like, yeah. But at the same time, we all accepted it. We all just kind of went, all right, it's fine. Like, let's just watch these movies and whatever. And if they do, this whole aging out thing, it's like, shut up. If you look at the man, he looks better than he did fucking 10 years ago in Man of Steel. He looks better. He's the guy's aging pretty nicely. If you've seen him,
he looks like an Alex Ross paint.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, he could still, and he could still embody the character. He could do it for another 10 years. That's the thing. They always look at the longevity, and that's the thing, is like, they don't want just one to like, oh no, we can't just do one movie. How many movies can we get in like the next 10 years? That's what they're always thinking. I'm sure Zaslav is thinking that too. And it's like, oh, you have still, and he's probably still willing to do that. I mean, if he ends up getting James Bond, maybe that'll put a rift in it a little bit, but at the same time, he probably would want to do both. Imagine he'd be like, man, geez, Henry Cavill would just be living large, Superman, Bond, and and Geralt.
I think that's another thing that's, stopping Zaslav, because if his payday is a lot right now, then imagine what he will be getting like 5 years from now. So he has to keep that in mind as well. But again, their biggest mistake is delaying the contract. Like, they could have signed another contract 2017 and then 2018 and 2019.
And then they would actually have him in these movies as opposed to like a fucking silhouette.
Like you said, he could be the next James Bond, and then his salary will even go higher than this.
Exactly.
That's what's right now.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
All right,
it's
guys.
All good. Yeah, I was about to say, Scott. Yeah. Thank you, Scott, for joining. Have fun on your trip. Good luck on the drive. Go ahead and, of course, promote yourself.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found. You will be looking forward over the weekend or early next week to our next episode of the Batman Scene by Scene, where we discuss Batman breaking into the Iceberg Lounge. And, of course, we're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network shows at squadcastmedia.com. Of course, I will be on vacation. So remember, no Batman the Phantom Menace stream this Sunday. That will be next week, as we will be discussing the episode Zatanna.
Ooh, that's right. Zatanna. Sexy little Zatanna. All right. Thank you, Scott.
Take care,
have fun. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
All right. Yeah, but no, it's all pretty crazy, but it's just the fact that when he tweeted that, it was like, shit. I mean, talk about a weird day, Woke up at 4:30 in the morning to try to get like the Stranger things and just try to get that like all watched before I even look at my timeline. And then I'm like, all right, cool. And then all of a sudden this happens. And then I'm like, all right, so what does this mean? And a lot of people, of course, are like, what the? I mean, a lot of people, of course, are assuming that he's just automatically talking about Henry Cavill. And I was like, whoa, pump the brakes. But I get it. It's fandom. That's what they do. Yeah, it's never guaranteed. And, but at the same time, I'm like, well, just let it be known which Superman you want. I mean, I think when it comes to the Dwayne Johnson, maybe in his eyes, yeah, Henry Cavill, of course, that's going to be in his head because that's who's been the current Superman besides, Tyler Hoechlin on fucking, CW. But at the same time, he's just like, all right, yeah, people want Superman, so maybe we got to give him that because.
Out of curiosity, Dave, what do you reckon Dwayne's payday for Black Adam would be?
I'm sure it's pretty hefty.
Is it like, would you say, would it be like a Momoa Aquaman kind of figure?
Oh yeah, I think probably more. I wouldn't be surprised if it was more.
The way I look at it is basically like, this is the role that he's been after for 10, 15 years. He's like been chewing on this script and he's figuring out slowly, hey, maybe the hype's not really there. I reckon he's getting on the phone to Danny going, look, I'm going to sacrifice whatever payday I got. You got to get Henry in this film, because if that's the buzz that it's going to create more hype for this, like, we need to create the hype. Everything is so interwoven with like storyline. He calls himself the people's champ. He says he's listening. I reckon he's like, all right, let's do what we need to do to get the hype up there.
And the only drawback of that, though, is you could do that. And then it's like, all right, Cavill just shows up, does a little scene and whatever. But Cavill's not going to just show up and do a little scene. He's going to be like, let me see a contract. of this, give me my own film. Yeah. And I totally think that that's the right thing to do. It's like, I'm not going to just show up, get a little bit of a payday, put on the suit again for one little cameo. I want the role still. I want another movie and everything like that. And I even had some people, somebody push back on me today when it came to what's the beef between Warner Brothers and Cavill. I said it's always down to money. That's what it is. I mean, no matter what you do, it's a fucking business. That's just the way it is. And and then somebody was like, well, wouldn't you? Somebody asked, like, what if it's like because he's like dedicated to Zack? I'm like, this first off, it has nothing to do with Zack. I'm sure he's grateful for Zack for casting him, and grateful for Zack Snyder Justice League because his face looks fine in there. Like his face is intact. But it has nothing to do with that. I mean, if some kind of miraculous thing were like, oh my God, Zack's coming back, which we all want, but Zack's building universes somewhere else. If it were like tomorrow, it was announced that the full-on the Snyderverse was restored, and Cavill would be coming back for that for sure. 100% think he definitely would, but that is just not there now, and he still wants to play the role. And he's said in many interviews of ideas that he would have for a next solo Superman movie, and I think very much that he would want to be like, let's get a director that it has a vision and is probably in line with maybe what I want to have. That he's said in many interviews. There's just so much more to it. That's why I say it's a fucking long shot.
I don't imagine Henry's like down for being in the multiverse of cameos, right? Like, you're right. He wants.
I think he would if he had his own Superman movie, guaranteed his own Superman.
Yeah, they both kind of come together. It's a package deal, and that he's more than entitled to do that. I think. Like, you've seen what just getting his head into a Justice League movie and hitting those bells and just hitting those little spots that you think people might want to see. Look, it's the happy Superman. Look, a hopeful line, a throwaway hopeful line. It's like, if I'm coming back, I need a proper story to tell. There's this little window that we have, which it doesn't impact the North Star of what Darkseid or whatever that might be coming. It doesn't impact the greater world. If I get my own little story to tell, I'm not coming back just to be a cameo. And it's both in line. Pay him what he's worth. I think it's kind of funny how like Rock's put the feelers out today.
He did
the digital release coming out, and it's like putting the feelers out. The feelers of, hey, is there still interest here? Is this still an avenue we can go down? So
bringing up the digital release too. I mean, that came out of nowhere. Did anybody expect that? No. I mean, that just like dropped, and we're like, oh shit. Okay.
We did ask for it, but not now. This is like a year and some change later. Like, what the fuck? And I'm assuming that it's just partly because it's like, all right, we don't have. This is why even like I did a short video when Sholo Maridueña like posted on his Instagram stories about Young Justice, and I was like, well, that could be something. Young Justice is a popular animated series. It's a good animated series, and why not? Because they can't seem to fucking figure out right now what's going on with the actual Justice. I feel like, look, that's cool. But like you look at Cobra Kai, I think the strongest thing is like those two stories, both those stories being told at the same time, of like the nostalgic older crowd, which is like DCU as we knew it, and then like the new younger kid crowd of all their like love triangle story going on. I like it, man. Like,
dude, I mean, he was obviously somebody probably sent him that, and he was like, cool, and it means nothing. But at the same time, I was like, it could mean something, because when you're trying to figure out what you're doing with the actual Justice League, and you got Batgirl, you got Supergirl, and you got, Blue Beetle, and you can add maybe to it. Yeah. I mean, I was kind of going,
Black and
it's like, I'm kind of going, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm not saying it's going to make $1 billion, but it could actually be like people could start going, oh my God, they're going to make a Young Justice movie.
There can be something for everyone. There can be that little doorstep for everybody to be included and get what they want out of this.
Yeah, especially with people like saying like, "Oh my God, look at that blue beetle." I mean, that was like the first time I've seen everybody just kind of come together and go, "That blue beetle costume, that's good. Look at that shit."
Yeah.
And it's a set video. And I'm like, "Holy shit, that's never
BTS
that hardly
is looking
ever
good.
happens. Hardly ever happens." Everybody usually shits on, they shit on the Supergirl costume, they shit on the Batgirl costume, not the Blue Beetle costume. Everybody kind of went, "All right, they pulled it off. How did that happen?" Like, okay. So, I mean, I wouldn't,
Even the concept art looked amazing.
yeah,
Very
from the concept of Blue Beetle, right? Yeah.
They feel like they waited so long because they needed that South American or that Latino, like just a Latino kid that's in that age demographic that's made it into that mainstream or just about to. Is the perfect casting for it.
Oh yeah, totally. After Cobra Kai and they got him, I was like, oh yeah, perfect. You guys they're doing Blue Beetle right. First off, they have like nailed that, and I think Blue Beetle is going to be something that's going to surprise a lot of people, even the general audience. And they're definitely doing that right, and that's why I was like, yeah, maybe they should do something like that.
They've
but
got
yeah,
all the properties, right? Like you can, they can subvert the expectations and tell whatever story they want without the pressure, because you've got the big IPs that everybody has an opinion on, and then like this young crowd can be relevant, can be today. You can bring in the Tom Taylors and all those kinds of storylines, interweave them all, and get something for everybody. I just want to see something that I like, obviously, but I'm sure that the more the better, and that's what's going to make the money then at the end of the day.
Yeah. It's all just crazy. But just the fact that Dwayne Johnson was doing that today, I went, man, he has been paying attention. And he, and the fact that Black Adam is not coming out during the summer blockbuster season got pushed to October, which was like very strange. But then again, it was like, all right, they need to, they did like, I don't know how extensive the reshoots were. I know it was at least 2 weeks, maybe even 3. It seemed like, and Dwayne just knows like, okay, I need some help with this. And I think just today was just one of those things. And from what I gathered too, possibly that, Warner Brothers Discovery is totally just going like, we're trying to save money, cut. And maybe he even asked, he's like, hey, we can't just have some fucking silhouette of a Superman in here. That's going to be dog shit. Imagine having an actual Superman. I'm not saying it has to be Cavill, but we need somebody that's actually going to have a face here. And maybe he was pushing that because he was seeing where the wind was blowing on social media, and they were like, no, we've already spent too much money on this movie. And he's like, well, okay, let me just test the waters here. And he decided to do that. I wouldn't be surprised if Warner Brothers Discovery were kind of pissed about it. They're like, fucking hey, dude, what are you doing? This movie's coming out in October, and you're like pushing a Superman thing. What the hell? They might have been not too happy about that.
That's 3 months from now.
Yeah.
Like 90 days, your movie comes out. Look, I'd settle for like something like what KC made, like just a little face off. Like,
yeah.
To do.
But just to do that, you need contracts. So that's the only catch.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Because I think it's easier to just get Cavill for a day or whatever, and get that scene in there, at least in a post-credit scene or whatever. That's easier. But the thing is the contract. And even if it was just a 1-movie contract, I think it would have been easy. But I'm assuming that Cavill is asking for the movie, for final say, all that shit. So I think it's hard. But also, there's another side to this, okay? So Cavill's negotiation relationships before this was with Toby Emmerich, right? So there's,
that's off the table now.
A rough relationship there. But now he's not in charge. Now Zaslav is in charge. And Zaslav wants Superman, right? So he wants DC to... He knows that DC is the biggest IP for WB. So he knows that, Superman... Even if he's not the biggest DC fan, like everyone knows Superman, right? So he would want Superman, active in the DCU. So if he, hears about the DCU, having Superman absent all these years, he would definitely question that. And he would, try to get a Superman, back into the DCU, front and center. So I just think, from his perspective too, like, imagine you are taking over this company and you're talking all this, DC is the biggest IP we have. We have to make use of that, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and all that shit. And then your first impression is a shadow. Just imagine how much, you, it will definitely impact that. So whatever he says in the future, nobody will take him seriously. So I do feel that if he wants to make that big impact, big promise, if he wants that audience and even investors and shareholders and all that on his side, he definitely has to make big moves. And I don't think there's a bigger move than Superman.
There really isn't. And what's interesting too is like what was I just thinking? Like, it's funny because with all this kind of lining up with the whole, this week has just been kind of crazy when it comes to, you got Zack all of a sudden posting, and even Warner Brothers actually supporting Zack Snyder's Justice League. What the fuck? That's crazy. They actually tweeted out for the digital release. You better, again, going back to that, you better believe that they're going to look at those numbers and who is the Superman in there. That's Henry Cavill, and then seeing the fact that people are tweeting out Henry Cavill Superman. And then you have Dwayne Johnson all of a sudden just like saying that stuff. And then you had Zack Snyder post on Father's Day and he was 5 miles away from it. I'm just kidding. I had to make that joke. I know it was just like that. You have to make the jokes because I know people look into a lot of things, and I'm like,
steel sharpening.
Yeah, no, I had to make that joke, but at the same time, you gotta love that Zack even still supports his Superman. Henry Cavill's birthday, he's posting about his Superman, and or like any kind of he definitely he definitely is always in support of Cavill. And I remember when at one point Cavill was looked at as like almost like a villain. Remember when it was like, oh, he didn't tweet out on November 17th, release the Snyder Cut. Ben did, Gal did, Jason, Ray, they all did, but no Cavill.
Said before, he's in that rock in a hard place. Like
exactly. He was totally because it was like, oh, what do I do? Because I want to continue playing Superman, but they want me to, if that's going to be the case, I don't know if they want this. And so he was in there. And then when it finally was like, nothing was happening, he was like, all right, fuck it. I'm going to go on Zack's stream, and be there for the announcement of Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's crazy how the timeline of all this stuff and the fact that we haven't technically, Henry Cavill hasn't shot a scene as Superman in what, 6-7 years?
A decade,
it's like holy shit. It's just amazing to think about that,
He didn't even come back for Zack Snyder's Justice League. Like
he didn't do any.
Were in that movie, but he still didn't do it.
He didn't do it because, and God knows, like, obviously he was shooting The Witcher and there's all kinds of stuff. I'm sure, when it came to all that, Ben was right there front and center. He's totally like, when it comes to any of the Justice League that is most dedicated to Zack, it's Ben. And I knew that was going to be the case when I was like, if there's anything that needs to be done, Ben will be there. And sure enough, Ben showed up full on and shot. And he was in all that additional.
The way that was executed, though, is probably like a little bit of hope that you could give to anybody that's hoping to see Cavill. The way that they the way Zack shot Leto and Affleck in like a talking scene where there's still a little bit of foreground of the other character, but they're shot separately to make it seem like they're still right next to each other. You could do something technically to make it look cool with Cavill. Like you said, it's the contracts at hand.
If something agrees upon, yes, they could easily. You have the technology to do that now. You could even done that even back then. You could. There's always editing techniques and all that stuff, but obviously when it comes to a scene like that, when it came to Affleck and Leto, they didn't shoot at the same time. It was like they both shot. But it still fucking works so goddamn well.
The way that little. You know what I liked? I think there was like the BTS shot of like the green. Sorry, I'm rambling again.
No, go for it.
There's like a green screen and there's like, I think just like a bare head light coming through, creating that flare that he's getting in camera. And then when you look at it with a nightmare scene, you see like the flare coming through inside of the inside of like the world, like at that time. and it kind of just the way he moves the camera around, and the kind of it gets obscured by like the flare, and then it comes back, kind of thing. To know that was practical, coming back to the way like you edit it later, had that in mind. It was
again. Zack never shoots where the sun is directly above everybody. The sun was like literally in the distance, like behind, like with the shitty buildings that were all fucked up from, from Darkseid and stuff like that. But you have that light just kind of looming in there, and he fits it perfectly, between the two edits too. And I'm like, I was like, does that? At first, I was like,
them.
Yes,
like it tells you where it's happening. Like for example, I had a rant in our Aussie chat like months ago about when Loki came out. I'm always bitching about something like as you see online. But like there was a scene of Loki in a desert, sun's coming down behind him, he's front lit. There's no other source. It's like vast, big. And this comes down to like perfectly lighting a subject and fixing it up in post and not knowing the source of where things are happening. But when you have that flare that's telling you that's coming in from 3 o'clock, basically. And that's the thing that's separating both subjects when you're cutting behind. It's hitting this angle of Ben's face on this angle. It's hitting that angle on Leto's face from that angle. So when you're cutting it, it grounds them and makes it seem like it was shot with them together. Not just like all standing apart on a green screen, like when they're in the helicopter. Remember the Justice League shot of them all in the area?
That was awful.
Yeah. But you can tell it's those little tells that make you ground it.
Well, yeah, even like when they in Justice, when Diana and Bruce, they weren't their eye line wasn't even like
the scarf. I reckon there is some floating head stuff going on with the scarf.
Oh man, who knows what? Yeah, I mean, I commend what they try to do with Justice. When you watch that, you're like, wow, they went for it. They really worked hard to try to make a different movie, and I'll commend that. But man, when you like look at it in detail, you're like, Jesus Christ, there's so many bad things here.
Such an important pivotal time in like DC's history right now, where they're going to live and die by the next couple of decisions that they make that either separates or brings people back or maybe kind of is indifferent. Marvel, it feels like this last phase, it's all been great. Like shows have been like engaging and stuff, that they almost don't have that North Star of what it's leading to, and it doesn't feel it almost feels skippable, right? Whereas DC have like what they just did, and then the Flash happening with everything that's happening as well. And then like with Black Adam coming out, and like it's all make or break at the moment, and how DC spins it literally is make or break, I think, in the next year or so for this phase.
I agree, and I'm so excited to see that because there's another variable coming in here, the new DC head. So even they will have full autonomy, right? So definitely they will have the final decision. It won't be, Zaslav's anymore, because if he wants to create that vertical and make a head there, he won't control it like Toby Emmerich did. So he will give the full decision power to him.
That's the bad part, though, about like this whole thing that's happening this week. When you have Zack Snyder's Justice League Digital, which, of course, like I said, numbers are going to be analyzed like big time. That's why even if you own it and it's on HBO Max, fucking pay for it just to show that at least when it comes to Superman, Henry Cavill. I mean, when it comes to all the other players, I mean, obviously Godot and Momoa are still there. Ezra, questionable. Fisher, who knows? I mean, we would love to have him back, but that whole thing, who knows? Mm-hmm. But and then Affleck seems like it's probably. I mean, he'll come back maybe for something minor, but it's not going to be anything major. Whereas like when I see them make the Batfleck movie, I'm like, but I don't think he wants to. He wants to make this biopic about Nike shoes, but about Jordans, which I'm sure it's going to be great. He's directing it. It's got Matt Damon. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, Ben Affleck's a fucking filmmaker, and he wants to make certain films. He's got a laundry list of filmography, and now it's just getting to the point where it's like his Batman movie. If we could turn that into something else, animated. Graphic novel, I'm fine. Of course,
it's not an Iron Man situation. You don't show up and get like you're in the suit. Basically, it's like it's very hard to shoot practically. Exactly. Regardless, I love chaos. I don't give a fuck what way this whole
exactly right.
Like I know what I liked. I'm grateful for it. But
I agree.
whatever.
I agree. But I mean, it's just, man. I mean, what sucks about all this, and I'm sure even Zaslav even probably has said this, maybe, and I'm like, who knows? I would like to think that in a meeting that he had in a boardroom, like, do you guys realize that Zack Snyder, what he was doing, he would already be done by now. He would already be done, and we could, yeah. I mean, I know Steven wrote, I think he wrote an article or even brought it up on here that, yeah, by this time we would have already had his story concluded, and he would have moved on by now. You know, it's like,
I fucking love that it had an ending point. Like knowing shit has an ending point and letting it serve its full, like uninterrupted vision. Do it and then go do something else. And like,
yeah, he had a plan. He had that plan to like conclude this whole story, which was essentially a Superman story arc that included the entire Justice League. It was like a run of graphic novels that told a certain story that included everything. And he had that. It was something different than what Marvel was doing, that was trying to just continue the same fucking branch with with all these little leaves of different stories that are trying to intertwine with each other. He was like, no, we're going to do it like this. And, I'm going to set the foundation, whatever anybody wants to do, that's fine. Does it have to be fully accurate to what I'm doing? No. That's why I always hate it when people consider Aquaman like, oh yeah, fuck no, that's nah. I'm like, are you kidding me? Zack Snyder respects James Wan. James Wan did what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder, he set the base. He had the Aquaman. James Wan did what he wanted to do, and he fucking nailed it when it came to creating Atlantis and shit like that. Totally nailed it. Curious to see what he does with the sequel, but yeah, it's just. But by this time, we would have already had the conclusion of this story, and Zach would have moved on, and probably maybe Army of the Dead would be coming out next year as opposed to Rebel Moon. Rebel Moon would be coming out 2 years from now.
Everything.
Yeah.
You know what? Talk about like being like rocking a hard place as well. The other situation Henry's dealing with is like, his character arc is gonna take you through the ringer one more time before it reels you back into like what the fans are hoping to see. It's gonna take you to the dark place. But remember how Zach was saying, your hope is that the director can take you all the way to the edge and have like faith in him that he'll bring you back, kind of thing. And it's like, I don't know if Henry would be willing to jump into a JL2 or whatever and be the evil guy one more time before he brings you back. Like, it's asking a lot from the fans to stay patient. In an impatient.
That also is another reason why I think he wants to do that one movie in between that shows you that hopeful Superman, and I would understand that perspective as well. Like I'm a big fan of the Snyderverse, of course, but I also analyze it from the perspective of people who hated the run and hate some things. So I understand that they didn't get the calm moments from Henry Cavill Superman. Like there were certain moments in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and people did appreciate that. That's why the rating is very high for that. But also, since Man of Steel, like even in that movie, from birth, that dude is just getting kicked, and he's always busy. He doesn't have any time to just sit, have coffee with Lois or anything like that, right? So I think people just need to see that.
Basically, yeah, it feels like he got thrown in the deep end, and like that's probably mandates. That's probably like IPs wanting to franchise things, world builds straight away. Like, there's a whole section in there where Clark can just be Clark and learn the ropes and do all that stuff, and it exists within that 1.5 year period. But it can't be earth shattering enough where you run into the problem with the Brendan Routh Superman, where it's like Superman never threw a punch. Like there was no repercussions with this film either. So there's so many things to. It's
or Wonder Woman 84.
No violence. There's like no repercussions. It's the classic prequel dilemma of like no stakes, like with Obi-Wan Kenobi. I think you boys were talking about it last week, where it's like, why do you take it right to the edge?
There's really no stakes,
because
we know who survives.
Yeah.
No, I mean, It really is. I mean, that's the thing. There's a lot of that, and now Henry Cavill's literally between The Rock and a hard place. Zing!
That's the title. There it is.
I see what
We
I
need a
did
drop
there,
for this.
guys.
Where's the air horns?
I know, right? I should have had some kind of rock drop right there for that one. No, I've been. I don't know why it just like hit me right now. No, but like, yeah, well, like, what are you guys saying? It's like, yeah, okay. So when it comes to if Cavill were to come back, it's like, well, I mean, first off, you reboot this whole thing. It's like, do we really need another origin story for Superman? You know, we don't. We really don't. I think we all know that it's like, all right, we've seen this story. We know this story. We know where Superman comes from. We know about Krypton. And when it comes to what Snyder did with Man of Steel, I mean, he showed us, you watch the first 20 minutes, it's a fucking full-on Krypton scene. It's beautiful. It's crazy. It's just insane. And I still remember like sitting in the theater, like, okay, and then you see the ship going off, and you know, it's flying around Saturn or whatever the fuck, and it's about to crash. And I'm like, okay, so now we're gonna get the normal stuff. And it went smash cut on a boat. He's already grown up, and I'm like, it was like, fuck yes. I was like, thank you.
That's still one of my favorite
narrative
transitions.
structure.
Dude,
Crazy.
I love that so much.
Yeah.
Yes. And then you're like, wait a minute, what? We're not going to see like baby Clark and him learning his powers and running through. We're not going to see that again. He's already he's on a boat and he's got a beard and he doesn't know what oh my God. Yes.
You know what? They could actually show some of those Kid Clark flashbacks in Man of Steel 2 as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
You could. There's nothing wrong with like, I mean, that's what they kind of did with Superman Returns, you know, because, you know, Superman Returns was kind of building off of the Donner Superman, and they were really trying to go for that. So, but then they were, you know, Bryan Singer, you know, that guy, he did do that whole thing where it's like, yeah, you had flashbacks where you see Clark running through the cornfield and he's leaping and he's doing that stuff. And then he crashes through the barn roof, and then he like braces himself, and then he realizes he's floating. You could see it. Yeah, they could do something like that, but at the same time, what I loved about Snyder Superman is like the fact that he did not know how to fly just yet. He didn't know how to levitate just yet. You would have to but even Man of Steel kind of covered that too by flashing back to when he was in class and trying to, you know, hearing all the voices and then yeah. So I don't know if they have to like go like full onto that, but they could still go back and do some of those kind of flashbacks. But I thought Snyder really had. I mean, we have to remember that Warner Brothers back then, over a decade ago, was like, they went to Christopher Nolan and said, "Hey, we loved what you did with Batman. Can you do that with Superman?" And Christopher Nolan said, "No, but I know a guy that could possibly do that," and it was Zack. And Zack did that essentially because it's like you can't. These characters as much. I mean, when it comes to Batman, yeah, you can ground them as best as possible, and that's what Nolan did, and he did a great job, sure. But when it comes to Superman, you know, that's going to be a little bit more difficult. I mean, and that's the thing. And then, you know, I've even heard things too from just talking with people. It's like, well, you know, what if they try to introduce Superman into Matt Reeves' universe? I'm like, no, that's just not gonna work. That's not
gonna fly.
Yeah. Zing. Ba-dum. Got another one. That's not gonna fly. I love it. No, but yeah, you're right though. It's not, because I mean, Matt Reeves has expressed. Yeah, they talked about it, but it's like, you know, there's so much in this Bat universe, and yeah, and I still love the whole what Kevin Smith said. It was like, yeah, Nolan brought Batman into the real world. Reeves is trying to bring the real world into Batman, and I think that's great. And because, you know, when you watch the Batman, it's like, yeah, it's still, there's still things in here that's pretty extravagant, and like. And I could see now after watching the Batman and realizing that, oh, this is not quite the grounding like Nolan was doing. I could see a Mr. Freeze. I could see maybe even a Clayface. I could see like these crazy rogues gallery characters be introduced in here. and Matt Reeves trying to like do something different when it comes to them. I could totally see that in here because this world is not exactly feels real to me, but they're trying to make Batman's world real, sure. And I'm like, okay, so maybe if they were, I mean, and obviously we saw like when it came to Halloween night, we saw somebody dressed up as Wonder Woman and Superman. It's like, do they exist? And blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, no, but Matt Reeves is not going to go for that. He's just not, he wants to build the Bat universe and that's it. So I don't think that's a solution, but I'm sure that's on the table. Who knows?
Yeah. Let me pose this question though for you.
Okay.
What if WB, reboots the DCU and they want the Batman to be the starting point, and they don't want any Superman or stuff like that in this, the Batman trilogy, but they ask Matt Reeves to end the third movie, by hinting at Superman or something like that, or the Superman meets him, while also having a solo Superman movie in this universe, but they don't announce that it's connected. So at the end of the third movie, they meet, and that's how they build their new cinematic universe. The DCU is rebooted, but that is also a very long game. So do you think they would go for that if they reboot it?
I mean, they could. See, here's the thing. It's like even though I said that Matt Reeves wouldn't go for it, I almost go like, well, but then again, he would just do what he's done many, many times. What has Matt Reeves done many, many times when it comes to Hold My Beer? He's all, oh yeah, you guys thought found footage was good. Well, Hold My Beer. I'm going to do a fucking Godzilla type movie, found footage, and he pulled it off. And then he went, oh, Planet of the Apes. No, yeah. You want to see how I can make that work? Hold My Beer. And he made that fucking work because when you watch the original Planet of the Apes movies, they're ridiculous. They're iconic. Sure. They're, they're cinema. Are you damn dirty apes? But it's like, how did he make that work? Tim Burton tried. Didn't quite work. Worked for the time. I didn't think it was that bad of a movie. People give that movie too much shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Michael Clark Duncan. And I mean, that's a stellar cast when it comes to that Tim Burton Planet of the Apes, early 2000s. But then he made it work. So, and then now he like goes Hold My Beer again when it came to Batman. Oh, you thought Nolan was dark and gritty? Yeah, you're going to watch my movie and then you're going to watch his movies and go like, I need fucking sunglasses. And that's exactly what happened. So if there's a conversations being had where like Matt Reeves goes, all right, I think maybe I can drive this thing into like a certain direction, I wouldn't put it past him. Like if they decide, oh shit, KC just like ducked out. He got scared with this question. No, but like when it comes to, I wouldn't put it past him. Like right now I'm going, no, he just wants to build his Bat universe. He just wants to build his Bat universe. That's what he wants to do. But if it comes to a point where he goes, I think maybe I could build a universe with these characters and just do something different, I would trust it. If they were to announce tomorrow that Matt Reeves was like, oh yeah, they're gonna start building from his universe the Justice League, I would be like, okay, I'm gonna sit back and see, because he's proven time and time again that he's changed certain things.
I don't doubt it. Yeah, I don't doubt it. If we're talking about in terms of what we want to see, though, like personally, Batman is such a contained story. Casey's laughing like I'm going to go off the rails. It's outrageous.
No, I agree with you. I don't want to see that personally. Like I want the Batman universe to be separate.
Yeah,
I don't want to see it. It's such a self-contained story-line where it's like this character's got so much more character growth that he can do. Let's see that. It's like, when I'm reading, like, I'll go pick up the Long Halloween and Dark Victory and all that. It's like, yeah, cool. I like this run. Let me just get this version of Batman. And then if I want to go read, the Dark Knight Returns, there's also the other one that I like that I can go pick up, and it's a self-contained story. It's to the detriment when you try and world build so much. I've seen it with so many other franchises. Like Reeves, when he was first brought in, he said it himself. I'm probably not the best guy to do this Ben Affleck script, but let me do it myself, right? Let me do what I want to do.
Exactly.
Same way that Nolan was like, I'm not the right guy for this Superman, but I know a guy that can do it, and let him do it. And then you got instances like the Mark Wahlberg Planet of the Apes, where it's like you try and recapture all the Brennan Routh Superman, which I don't think is bad, but you try and recapture the magic in a bottle that a previous film had, and try and do it again. That's why Top Gun Maverick is such a fucking an anomaly. It's because they recaptured the old magic, brought it to today, and made a good story. It's very hard to do when you're trying to do that with, bringing in a world. Top Gun 2 is so rare in the sense that it captures some of the old nostalgic 80s vibe and grounds it into reality. Cobra Kai captures that nostalgia and brings it and makes it today. They are unicorns in today's thing. So when you're saying,
you are correct on that, and bringing up Cobra Kai, because when I saw that first trailer for YouTube Red, it wasn't even on anything. It was on YouTube Red. And I remember watching that first trailer going, this ain't gonna fucking work. Are you serious? I remember just laughing, going, really? They're gonna try to do this? They're gonna try to do Johnny and Daniel as like older dudes and blah blah blah. And then I watched that first season and went, holy fucking shit, they pulled this off. And it's now going into season 5.
How soon did you watch it? Like, did you jump on? Were you like,
I jumped on quick because I was curious, because I thought it was going to be a complete shit sandwich. And I went, oh my God. The first episode, I was like, dude, like, look what I love Johnny. Johnny's awesome.
Exactly.
Like, it was just
Johnny. He's the best.
Yeah. I was like,
it took me
they totally
4
knew.
years. It took me 4 years, or like 4 seasons.
Yeah.
And then shout out Clue, shout out the rest of the chat, Marty, everybody that will like jump on it because you'll love it. It's like,
dude,
expect the cheese. I remember you talking about it, the way they intercut kind of like old footage with the new, capturing that magic and bringing it, making it relevant today. 2 intertwined stories happening at the same time. That's the recipe. If you want to do it, that's the recipe.
Dude, I mean, people need to like literally in film school need to study like, if you're going to bring the magic of something that was 30 years old into now, they have to look at Top Gun and Cobra Kai. It's crazy because
the piano, the song, and they intercut the old footage and they bring it back. It's like it's in the editing as well. Like it brings it back to those little moments. It's
because I was worried, like when it came to Cobra Kai, I'm like, they're gonna just like totally reference too much of the. No, it's like you said, when it came to editing, when it came to certain moments of the story of Cobra Kai, when they needed to cut back to what happened in the previous, the trilogy of Karate Kid, they did it perfectly. Even like, and then they continued to do it too, which is crazy. We're going into season 5 right now, right?
Yeah.
The new season. Yeah, 4 seasons of just like how. I'm like baffled because I remember when the episode, I don't even know which season, what it was it the last season or maybe the previous, maybe it was season 3, when Daniel goes to Tokyo and then meets and then sees what's her name from Karate Kid 2, and then of course it's just like, and they did a perfect job, and then all of a sudden they brought, God, what's his name? Chosen One or something? What's the dudes in Karate Kid 2? What's his opponent?
Names, but are you talking about the guy with the ponytail, or are you talking about the Asian?
No. That's Karate Kid 3. Karate Kid 2 was the dude that he faced off. Yeah, what was his name? I'm totally drawing a blank right now.
Come on,
yeah. Somebody in the chat will say it, but like the fact that he had a whole episode doing, approaching that and being like, and kind of a reconciliation when it came to that whole story. And then all of a sudden, like at the end, he's coming back for season 5 to face off against the opponent from Karate Kid 3, Terry Silver, which I remember him. I remember that name. But it's just like, it's crazy that they've just done a great job of like, all right, he wasn't just, because I was kind of going like, is that it? He's only going to be that Karate Kid 2 is only going to be part of just that one episode. Nope. He's totally coming back. He's going to team up with Daniel to face off against Daniel's opponent from Karate Kid 3. And I'm like, perfect. Thank you. And it was just like, you guys are doing it fucking right.
Shoot all your bullets and figure out how you can expand that story later, because make the best story you can. And then like creative writing. Breaking Bad was written, I think, towards the end of it, episode to episode, some of the best TV writing that we got.
Oh fuck
Better
yeah!
Call Saul, what we're getting now, narrative wise, the way it's kind of all the people kind of the way things intertwine. What was the name of the old Cobra Kai? The old Cobra Kai teacher, Johnny's teacher.
Oh, too much vodka. I can't.
Regardless, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
There was an episode in there that was like, it gives you backstory and takes you back to flashbacks of like in the war and why the character's the way he is. They literally just did that with like in The Boys with flashing back to the war scenes as to why Jensen Ackles, why Soldier Boy is the way he is. There's like so much value you can do. That's when a prequel means something, when you're trying to talk about the psyche and the motivations of why the character is who he is. It's not so much, look, this person's showing up, they're going to battle, they're almost going to die, but they're not. It's like,
sorry, John Kreese. There we go. No, you're right. And the fact, what did they do too with John Kreese? They gave him more backstory of like, why is this guy a piece of shit? Well, look at what he had to go through when he was, before he got shipped off to Vietnam and blah, blah, blah. So they added more to it. And I mean, that's the thing, like when it comes to, again, Lucasfilm can even kind of take a note when it comes to a little bit of that. But at the same time, that's a whole different beast because there's so much Star Wars. So to try to like, I mean, obviously this is when it came to Obi-Wan, that was different because they're trying to fit it into this timeline. And again, that's why I said, oh yeah, the thing that this series suffers is there's no stakes because we know who survives. When it comes to Cobra Kai now, it's like, well, obviously they're not going to be killing people, but at the same time, it's like, we don't know what's going to fucking happen. And at the end of season 4, I was like, oh shit, Terry Silver won. I was like, oh, sorry, spoiler, but it's been out for a little bit.
Deep into the stream now. No.
But at the same time, I'm like, if you haven't watched it by now and you watch the trailer for season 5, you know that that's the case. That's why I'm like, I give people a week. I give people a week when it comes to shows, particularly because we're not talking about Stranger Things spoilers or The Boys tonight spoilers, because The Boys, like, again, the end. Did you watch it, Casey? The Boys? Yep. Oh my God. Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I had to do a double take on that because I couldn't believe what I saw, what I heard from that. Wow.
It's funny because I saw somebody on Twitter, like, thankfully I didn't get spoiled, but somebody was like, tweeted out, holy shit, what a twist at the end of this one. I'm like, okay, cool. And I was kind of going, all right, what's the twist when I was watching it? And then all of a sudden, when the last like 2 minutes, when it happened, I was like, oh shit. And next week, the season finale. Okay. Good job.
Again, this is from, I've only read volume 1, so I don't know if that's also source material or that's creative writing to the benefit of the narrative of the show. So I don't know. Like we
talked about it a little bit last week. Even Scott was talking, because Scott and Ben have both read the books, and Scott was like, they basically it's based on the books, but they're not going by the story of the books because they're just like, it's kind of inspired by the books. Same characters, same concept, but they're doing a whole
like. He's actually a clone of Homelander in the book.
Yeah.
So
see,
it's already
yeah. So there's like all kinds of stuff that's in there that are they using it for this, and it's. Yeah, but they're not going by the certain books. So then people are like, who read them are going, oh, I know what happens next. No, they're not doing that, but it's just very much inspired by it. And but there's things in there, which I think that's what's so great about the show, is they're not going step by step and looking at they're just being inspired. Oh yeah, the temporary V that now Butcher and that they're taking is like, oh, that was supposed to be like right off the bat. Oh yeah, I'm not saying.
You like do that. Dancing on that line.
I know. There's a thing that comes about when it comes to the temporary V. But I mean, this whole season's talking about the temporary V. That's why like the whole promotion was Butcher with the fucking laser eyes and shit like that. Is like, but apparently when it came to the books, that was right off the bat. Like that temporary V thing was like right off the bat, because they had a level the playing ground. And that's what Scott was saying, is like, yeah, And even Ben was like, "Oh yeah, that's what." But now it's being introduced in season 3. It wasn't in the first 2 seasons. It was, so they're It's like inspired by, which is good. Just like how BBS inspired by 3 different comic books.
Well, but like flip the script and change the IP. Like what The Boys is doing, it's to the story's benefit. I think Game of Thrones, they did it to the story's benefit. But why is it comes to DC, Snyder that tries to do his thing, or Reeves tries to do his thing, whoever it is, they don't do what people want. Like what I wanted didn't happen, therefore I don't like. And that's the wrong approach. The Boys is doing great because it's to the benefit of what benefits the narrative. Narrative always. Marty always will say it as well. Narrative over everything. Acting over everything. Don't worry who the cast is. People hated Ben before and then they liked him. Narrative over everything. The Boys, for some reason, has the freedom where people don't know it enough. I think Invincible is doing it as well, where it's like it can live in a world where it does what it does to the benefit of what the storyline they're trying to tell is. Let the creators do their thing, man.
That's what you got to do. You got to let the creators do that. Yeah, it's a good point. And it's funny too, because I know like Zach, I think he even said one of the times on here, is like, yeah, you'd want to come back and do actual Dark Knight Returns adaptation. But would it be an exact replica? No. He would change some shit. He would add some shit, just like Jay Oliva said. When obviously he has adapted multiple stories with animation, and he I think he even said on Justice Con is like, yeah, you can't just do a straight up adaptation of like, all right, panel by panel, story beat by story beat. You got to add something to it because it's a different medium, so you got to do something different. And I'll even give credit to Marvel Studios for going, all right, yeah, remember there's things that they pull from source material too that's all inject into. I mean, but it sucks when Civil War, you have a book that really goes deep
Balls
into
to the wall.
It's great. Yeah. It's a great fucking book where where literally they're like, hey, superheroes got to fucking unmask themselves and all this kind of stuff. And
very political.
But then when it comes to the movie world, it's like, oh yeah, but like 80% of the heroes, they're already unmasked. They don't have masks, because in live action it doesn't really work as well. You can't have Hawkeye wearing this crazy fucking purple thing on it just would not look good,
Yeah.
So you have to adapt. And I thought, even though like Civil War it's not a bad movie, I think it's definitely an entertaining watch, and I got some gripes. We talked about the airport thing, and certain things, but at the same time, it's like, okay, they took Civil War and tried to put it into this medium, like, okay, and they did a fairly okay job, even though I hated when Hawkeye goes like, are we still friends? You're pulling, I hated that, but whatever, fine.
Look, but you are damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, because people go, Snyder adapted Watchmen, didn't do anything. He ripped it from the comic books. Did you watch the ending? Did you read the book? Because it ends differently.
Where's the squid? Where's
the fucking squid? Exactly. Yeah. Like try translate that. Like they think because the intro has one scene and then the next has it, and it's like, oh, he's just copying it. Like to do that in itself is hard. I think he did a good job. But then I think the ending is also to the story's benefit for what that story was.
For live action. You can't just do what. And it's funny when people gripe about that stuff. It's like, yeah, you got to let the filmmaker do his thing. But then again, it's funny because nowadays, I mean, again, talking about Zack Snyder being ahead of his time, it's like people go back to Watchmen and go, holy shit, that's fucking beautiful. Look at that thing. Imagine that was released today. Like, yeah, we tried to tell you back then. Sorry, But I think, at the same time, though, what's great about that, and I think that's why The Boys work so well, is because it really just kicks the modern day superhero, the CBM, in the nuts.
Vought is just, I love the idea of how Vought operates. It's
so good.
It's like I feel like Vought contacted Dwayne, was like, we got to bump them stats on Black Adam. What are you going to do? How are you going to do it? Like, we need to get audience.
You're not the most popular anymore. It's Superman.
We need the 98% audience rating, Dwayne. How are we going to get it?
Exactly. And it's funny too, because if you watch Miss Marvel, the heroes are kind of like they're marketed. They're marketed. There's an Avengers con in the first episode. episode. Like the last episode, she goes to Pakistan and there's like a poster about Ant-Man, that has Ant-Man on it saying like, something about like the bigger you are or like it doesn't matter the size you are or something like that. And it's like, it's very much in the vein of like, man, the boys really kind of nailed the whole thing of marketing superheroes right here. And it kind of makes you wonder, like, because you have this girl, this girl who's in high school who looks up to Captain Marvel, has her poster on the wall, and it's Brie Larson. It's her just posed up. And I'm like, man, the boys really fucking nailed this. Because
you see it with like all the Pepsi ad, the all the other stuff, all the gimmicks that you've seen, like the Imagine,
even
like
the Starlight, the announcement thing that she got fired. It was exactly like the Warner Media, the same lines. And the first thing when I read those two paragraphs, I was like, this sounds like what Ray Fisher and Warner Media had. And of course, Ray Fisher quote tweets that, and I'm like, perfect.
Hamada special, the Hamada special.
It's amazing.
Oh man, see, I mean that's what's so beautiful about that, and like I said, it's just crazy, and we know that Snyder loves the boys. I mean, obviously he played the game when it comes to the
Dawn of the Seven,
or whatever, and Snyder was totally about it, and I was like, oh man, is Snyder like involved with this? Maybe he'll show up.
Humor about himself. You can't take yourself too seriously, right?
Yeah, the thing that the thing that confirmed that for me was that Stephen Colbert thing that he did. Like, he knows what people make fun of him for, the slow motion, the action, and all that, and he had all of that in there, and I just loved it so much. Even the title credit for that, the Stephen Colbert, there's a thunder, lightning, and then there's the rain. It just suddenly goes dark.
Dude, I mean, that's
last season when they're like, oh, these just rewrites are really hitting the spot.
So I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I mean, the fact that you have, and it's funny too, because I think when Snyder came on here, he even talked about that whole, going on Colbert and doing that whole thing. He was nervous. I was like, but we're like, dude, you fucking nailed it. Like you did. Like it was like everything about that was perfect. And then the fact that he got to say "suck it, Warner Brothers," and it was like, that was just like a fucking it was just such a nice little stamp on the whole thing. And you better believe that Toby and Hamada and those guys were like, this fucking guy, like they were not happy about that. But Zach, it's just like, I mean, that's the thing when it comes to anything that's still in the fandom, when there's still any kind of infighting, I still don't understand it, because I'm like, guys, we won. We fucking won. Okay. We all came together, and there was infighting then too, but we still all came together. We got this movie to come out. It's a cultural phenomenon. And even they have said it's a fucking, international phenomenon, or whatever the fuck they said. It's called that. People now, when it comes to the boys or whatever, they use that as a reference of something. And he even did something. I mean, it's all there, and he's off now building his universes now, and just kind of being like, there it is. Sorry, guys. And DC is now still just a jumbled mess, and they don't know what to do. And Zach's just like, hey, you guys figure it out. I'm going to be over here creating my own Star Wars and dead shit, over here. It's a beautiful fucking thing. And I'm like, how is that not a win? Everything's such a win. Even Ray Fisher's over here now with Rebel Moon. It's like, it's all a win. So what are we fighting about? And what are you guys fighting for when it comes to certain things? Yes, we want the Snyderverse to be restored. Sure. But at the same time, right now, let's just pump the brakes and kind of just enjoy things. Let's get little bits, baby steps at a time. That's why this whole Henry Cavill thing, if we can get him back, hey, guess what? That's still Snyderverse-y. Guess what? That's a big chunk of the Snyderverse.
And celebrate your wins.
Yes.
You know what I find funny about it, Dave, is
what?
Like Warner Brothers, for years now, they've been trying to make the whole universe funnier and like include more comedy, and like arguably that whole Snyder bit, that's the funniest shit that I've seen put out by DC ever. Like, well, not put out by them, but like about them. Like, they're doing humor wrong. Like, that's humor. That's that.
That's humor, and then and I love that Snyder is self-aware. He knows his style because, and that's the thing is like when a director can go on a show like Colbert and like make fun of his style with the slow motion and the green screen stuff and everything like that, he can go on there and be like, yeah, I know this, but at the same time, because people know that that's his style. That's the thing. He has a signature style. And it's sad that there's Warner Brothers execs that didn't appreciate that. They didn't fucking appreciate what he was doing and what he was trying to accomplish. It's just a middle finger. It's a middle finger to, to Warner Brothers.
Yeah, second Warner Brothers.
See, I mean, come on. Right?
I love it. You got that on.
Yeah. Right there.
Words, not mine.
Yeah. It's all crazy, but yeah. I mean, I don't know if there's anything really else that we were gonna. Well, okay. I wanted to bring this up because I did say this like one of the topics. Did you guys see the Avatar thing with Sigourney Weaver? Did you guys see that?
I saw that the new character, but I don't know any of the.
Yeah. So basically, it was like. Okay, so and this is what's interesting about this because I'm like, all right, hold on, guys. It's you got to trust Mr. James Cameron, and this is where I wish Mr. Colbert was here because I know we've had discussions about this, but so basically this was a release right here that said that Sigourney Weaver's character is essentially, I guess, put into, I don't know, she's like the avatar of Jake and what's her name? Naturi. I forgot her name. I haven't watched the movie in a while. But Zoe Saldana's character in Avatar, she's playing the daughter. But if you remember in the last Avatar, she died, right? She died. I haven't watched in a while. I'm like trying to remember. She died. Sigourney Weaver's character died, but now she's going to be playing the young version of this. And I saw a lot of people kind of go, "What the fuck?" And I'm just kind of going, "Whoa! Let's hold on. Let's just wait to see how this is going to be made into." Because I was kind of like, "Well, that's interesting because." You're bringing back Sigourney Weaver. If I remember correctly, she died in the last one. Again, it's been a while, so I have to revisit it.
Alien vibes coming back as a clone.
I mean, but at the same time, I'm like, all right. But when it came to Jake Sully's character, I mean, obviously he was a human being at first, and then one of the things at the end of Avatar was the fact that they transferred his consciousness into the actual body of the avatar that he had. So then now he's just going to be that being. Mm-hmm. So then I'm like, all right, so maybe they did something. They're going to do something similar to that where they bring him. And I thought, okay, I was like, James Cameron's kooky dude. Let's kind of wait, guys. Let's pump the brakes. But yeah,
it could happen. Like that kind of USB data transfer of consciousness from one into the other could have happened before through the magic of editing. That happened before. Narratively, and then becomes the one avatar later. Who knows?
Now I'm remembering, I think when she died, Sigourney Weaver's character died. I think they were trying to do it. They were trying to transfer her consciousness into her avatar body, but it didn't work. And then the whole thing was when it came to Jake Sully, it did work. So maybe there's going to be something with that where it's like, oh, yeah, well, we just had to figure out a different way. And now all of a sudden she's our daughter. I don't know. Again,
shown, you don't know. Maybe it could be like you revisit that whole part of the scene and it did happen. And then, so there's ways around it editing wise always.
Yeah. So I think, you're right. I mean, I think there's going to be something where they tell that story and it's just like, all right. This is how we have Sigourney Weaver back because obviously, she's working.
When is it out again?
This Christmas. Yeah. A week after Shazam. Poor Sandberg. Oh, man. I will support that man. And I hope.
Poor Cameron.
Yeah, I know, right? That's what he keeps on saying. That's right. I see. That's what I love. Again, if you want to talk about a director who's just like, all right, I'm
self-awareness.
exactly. he does that and he goes, yeah, poor Cameron's gonna have to go up against my movie.
Shaking in his boots.
That's what I love about Sandberg is he probably got that news and went, are you fucking kidding me? I'm like, well, shit,
Again?
I gotta sell this. I gotta sell this somehow. The first movie they put my Christmas movie in between Captain Marvel and Infinity War. Fuck.
In summertime.
Yeah, in summertime. Shit, man, I'm so glad that Sandberg after this is gonna do like a smaller movie. He's probably gonna do something that's just gonna be like, all right, something small. But I love the fact that he just leans into it, and I'm sure when we get closer to it, he's gonna. But at the same time, you never know because this Avatar movie is coming out 12, 13, 14 years after the first one. Not a lot of people are when I see people, the hype level, it's at like 50%. I think people
because
are like,
the generation, the generation's growing up, and then it's like we're not like new social media, new kids take the piss out of everything. They don't know it.
Oh yeah,
so many cultural references that they don't get. I feel like a lot of people going into Top Gun never having watched the first, and it's like it's that same thing. It's all that old generation that hasn't been educated on the previous stuff that's come. So it's like their loss. It was great, before Endgame. Before Endgame doing a cheeky second release, it was still the first highest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And and they don't remember that. It's like back in 2008 when it came out, there was no Marvel Cinematic Universe. We were about to get Iron Man, the first movie. But at that time, it was like there was no Marvel Cinematic Universe. There was
just for inflation and the fact that it's an original IP.
Yeah.
Like it's incomparable the scale of how much bigger it would have been back then.
My God. I mean, it was an experience. That's the thing. It's like I'm not big on 3D. I don't like to see movies in 3D, but that movie in 3D was fucking crazy, phenomenal. And when I was talking about on one of my Film Junkee lives earlier this week, when I talked about how, why Top Gun pleased everybody and, brought up the points that, it was real. It was different. It was something, it was like a breath of fresh air and all this kind of stuff. I brought up the point like, okay, so when is the next director going to bring something original that's going to make $1 billion? Because let's face it, Avatar was the last original IP you could say it referenced certain things, like it had inspirations from past movies, sure, but it was an original IP that crossed 2 billion, but anything else that's crossed $1 billion has always been an existing IP. It's been comic book movies. It's been that I'm like, what's the, and then Top Gun was a sequel. So when are we going to get
the landscape has all changed and streaming, it's stopped it. People don't care about the spectacle. They'll watch shit on their iPhone and be happy with it. Like even physical media is dying out. So in terms of getting butts into seats for an original thing, man, I don't think I'll see it.
But what's crazy about it is like what just came out today. We had Stranger Things. That's something original, and apparently it blew all the fucking streaming, demographic, like everything. And I'm like,
by the metrics of like box office metrics, though. Like, they might do bigger numbers elsewhere, like on streaming, like you're saying, crashing the servers. But like the old-fashioned way, I don't think will exist going forward. It's going to be new parameters that we're measuring these things by, success-wise.
Exactly. I mean, exactly what you're saying. Because imagine if they decided to be like, all right, well, if there was no Netflix or the streaming wars weren't happening, a Stranger Things going out in theaters might have been that thing, original IP that grabbed people because it was like, oh yeah, because it had nostalgia and it was something interesting and different. That's why it grabbed us when it came to Netflix, and Netflix held on to that thing and we're like, how much money you need? Here you go. They were just like,
they didn't do the Daredevil season 4 cancellation. Like, cool. Now that it's successful, it's done its job, and it's like contract renegotiation time. It's like you have it because we need original content right now.
Yeah. It's just weird. Like that's one of the things I was thinking about even today, like watching the Stranger Things finale. I was like, man, this is like an original thing that's got so much hype with it, and I love it. I love the fact that I'm actually watching a thing that was like it's original. It's not based off anything, and it was just there was something just refreshing about it. Just like when I was watching Top Gun, in a sense, where it was like, oh, this is a sequel. It's not based. It's not like it didn't have this full-on huge franchise of shit. It's just something that was like, oh, one movie came out 30 something years ago, and here it is. And it was just like, but it was refreshing, you know. Yeah. We just need shit like that, and it sucks when, you know, something comes about like Severance, Casey, comes out, and you want everybody to watch it. You're like, and when you were talking about it, and then I finally watched it, like that first episode, and I got the concept and everything. I went, holy shit! And I couldn't. Anybody I talked to, anybody I had a conversation, have you seen Severance? I was doing that. I was like, have you seen Severance? Can you? And then I would go, all right. I couldn't wait to explain the premise. I was like, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Imagine your job that you hate. Imagine if you didn't even know that it existed, and then blah, blah, blah. And everybody goes, oh yeah, that'd be pretty cool if I just like didn't know that I went to work and it just like that. Oh yeah. But imagine the person that you were at work. They're trapped in a prison. You know, it's just like that whole kind of thing. It's like, and then people go, holy shit, that's pretty crazy. And I'm like, yeah, just original ideas like that. It's just like
in terms of human rights and like in terms of making someone suffer like against their will, but it's yourself. So you're inflicting it upon like a higher consciousness version of yourself elsewhere. And it's like, there's a lot to do. But you know what? Things like Severance, it's in time that they get appreciated. Yeah. Maybe season 2, when it's like, when we're all talking about how hyped we are, people might go back retroactively. So
true.
Still hope for it. There's still hope for original IPs. I hope.
Especially how that thing ended. So perfectly. I mean, I remember just because I was watching it on my laptop, and I remember shaking it and going, there's like 2 minutes left. I'm like, oh fuck. Fuck
still
you.
So much to tell.
And I was like seriously going like, is it gonna and then it ended. I was like, you son. I was like, God damn it.
I felt like watching the TV both the last 2 episodes. And both times it was like cut to black, directed by Ben Stiller. I was like, fuck you, Ben Stiller. Why? And I had to wait every week. So it was even harder for me.
I know. Thankfully, I watched it all in one shot. I was like,
and for me, as I like to watch, you know, as soon as it drops. So especially Severance, because I just cannot wait, you know, 1 second longer. So as soon as I finish, I go online, I tap on the Severance hashtag, and you know, sort by latest, and everybody is just fuck, why, you know that.
It's fun to live in the experience. I prefer week to week, to be honest. I like
me too.
I like letting it soak in story wise. Like, I'm reading Batman and Catwoman, right? That story arc, it's 12 issues, but it's been going on like a year and a half for 12 issues. Yeah, that sucks. But at the same time, you soak it in, you reread it, and then it's like a refresher. So I don't know. It's underappreciated.
I mean, as much as like, you know, I like I mean, if a series is like I just got into Westworld and I finished season 1 last night. I don't know if you guys I finally
how good was that?
Oh dude. I was like
what was your reaction on what door?
Okay, so when it came to that first the first season, I was like, okay, because I watched the original movie. I don't know if you guys watched the original movie.
I haven't.
Yeah, I know. I figured you haven't, you younglings. No, I've watched the original movie, and I was like, so I knew the concept, and I was like, I knew that I went, okay, I have to get into the show sooner or later because I know the concept, and I think it's great. But I was just kind of waited to pull the trigger, and after I got done with Outer Range, which that was another one that ended, and I was like, where's season 2? And Amazon has yet to announce it. And I'm going, fuck, I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, it's one of those where I'm like, at least Severance was like, oh yeah, season 2 is happening. And I'm like, thank God, not Outer Range. Fucking A, Amazon. Come on. You guys should watch Outer Range. It's good. Yeah. But when I watched Westworld, I was like, okay, I get the concept. And then I was like, all right, man, there's a lot of shit, a lot of twists and turns in this first season, and I'm just kind of going like, okay, like how is this gonna end though? Like, I get there's gonna be some more I guess, worlds and stuff like that. I was like, but man, the way that it ended, I was like, oh shit. I'm like, I don't even know how season 2 is gonna fucking start. Like, it was one of those where, like, it could have easily that could have been it. That could have been it.
Mhm.
But they left just enough to be like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a season 2. Try to guess what that's gonna be about. I have no fucking clue. I was completely satisfied with season 1, just everything about it, just satisfied. But they left just enough to be like, oh my God, yeah, they left it open for a season 2, and I have no fucking clue. And this is going on for another 3 seasons. What are they?
Yeah.
I'm so intrigued. So intrigued.
I was so
How
satisfied with
how
season
good
1.
was Ford in it?
Oh, Ford, Anthony Hopkins.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. I love
Dude.
that guy.
Dude, I mean, like, the way that because you always know he's a step ahead. He's always
Yeah.
a step ahead. Every time, like, when he's like in a scene with like any of the characters, and just the way that Anthony Hopkins plays that, like, oh, you think you're smarter than me? You really do, huh? Oh yeah. And this the way that he acts, his little mannerisms when he just reacts to things and blah blah blah. And every time I'm going, this motherfucker is a step ahead of
When you know he's caught
everyone.
on.
Yeah, he's like, this guy's running this whole fucking operation. And I thought they did a good job when they, not really a spoiler alert if you haven't seen it, but when they showed the young version of him, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, pretty good job. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, oh yeah, he's always like a step ahead, right to that very last scene of season 1 where I was like, oh shit. I'm like, but somehow that was planned.
Yeah.
I'm just going
But before
because-
before that, Dave, there was one scene that is one of the best twists in any show or movies. I think it's the Jeffrey Wright's character when he's inside the house and
Yep.
they're casually just talking, and Ford or someone just says, I think there was a lady there, right? And she
Yeah.
says, open the door or something, and then he says, what door? And that was like, oh shit. He's
Yeah.
also one of the,
The realization, yeah.
Yep.
The way
That
the
was
realization.
Well, you know what's funny too is like when I was watching and I was like, I started going, one of these motherfuckers is also a robot.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's no way that like not just the people out in the world are robots. Some of these motherfuckers inside this shit has to be artificial here. And then I was like, okay. I was like, all right. I was like, I knew, but I didn't expect that because when it's not really even a spoiler because it's like you guess that, but you don't know who. And then when you find out who is, and then you find out why. That's the thing. It's like it's not just the twist that, oh yeah, so and so is synthetic, but then you go, oh, why is he synthetic? Oh shit. And then it blows your mind again, and you go, oh my God. Oh well, fuck me. I'm like, I didn't guess that. I was trying to figure out who this mystery person was, and then it was like, oh shit. Oh, so boom, 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 we got to here, and I'm like, okay, good job, fucking A, Jonathan Nolan, you son of a bitch.
Yes, son of a bitch.
Yeah, are you guys caught up with it?
I still have to see the latest season.
Okay.
Yeah.
It started this week, right?
Yeah, it did.
Season 4, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not caught up. I mean, I'm only in, I'm going into season 2 and I'm like, I'm just at the, seeing the end of season 1. I'm like, all right, so-and-so did that. But then she was, and it's just, there's so many things. And I'm like, yeah, she escaped, but she was meant to escape. Oh shit. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, and then she got off.
I really like that.
Sandy Newton.
Sandy Newton. Yeah, she's also great.
Fuck yeah. Sandy Newton. Anybody who hates on Mission Impossible 2, fuck yourself, because she's the love interest in that. That's where I got introduced to Sandy Newton, and she hasn't aged a day. But no, but I was like, and then even at the end of that, I'm like, she ain't leaving. It's like one of those things where like, what's gonna and then I'm like, oh fuck, I don't know. I'm like going, what is going to happen in season 2 and then season 3 and then season 4? I'm like, how are they continue with this concept? Because it's very much a concept that could have just been wrapped up in one season.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, you got this Westworld. You visit it and you can live like how they did in the past, and you can shoot people and blah blah blah, and then oh, these robots, some of them are having consciousness and blah blah blah. That's the whole concept. And I'm like going, okay, yeah, but how do you keep going? That's what's intriguing me. I'm like, how is it going to keep going? So I'm totally just pulled in by it. So I'm surprised I'm even doing a Vodka stream tonight and not fucking just sitting there watching more episodes. I'm talking to you guys instead.
Well, did we talk about the Flash article that came out?
We haven't really talked about that. No. Which one are you talking about? You talking about the Variety one?
Yeah. So I will just skip the quotes and all that. I just wanted to, bring up the two things that were mentioned. First is Zaslav, saying basically that they are definitely releasing it in theaters.
Yep.
It will not get scrapped. It will not get, recast, reshot, whatever, because it's already too expensive. And that's basically what we've been saying. And that's exactly what will be happening, right? And that's a good thing to hear from Zaslav as well. Like he definitely isn't being reactionary, and he's taking the right business decision. So, I'm not sure if it's the best way to handle the situation, but I think he's playing the cards right. The second thing that was mentioned in there was that Ezra will be coming soon with a statement. So finally, people will hear his side. Of course, they won't believe him, and they'll say that, yeah. So, what do you think will happen when he says something?
Well, like I think exactly what you said is like people won't believe him because I mean the sad part about it, and I've talked about it. I think we talked about last week and the week before, is the fact that when it gets, I mean, where we are now when it comes to a lot of this stuff is the fact that you have certain media that gets divided into almost two groups, and if you don't subscribe to either group, you have to kind of go, all right, I got to look at this and see what's ridiculous and what's not. And I talked about how like conservative media, like the diehard conservative media, will just immediately, they like to use groomer, they like to use all kinds of buzzwords, and they just want to go after and like, oh yeah, he's a piece of shit, like he's probably he's a pedophile too, and all that, and you kind of go, okay. And then you looked at the more liberal media, and then some of them are like more like maybe not as hardcore when it comes to going after Ezra, but then at the same time there are same thing where it's like a lot of people are going like, hey man, what the fuck is this, what is this person doing? And and it also is kind of sad too, and like it's weird because when it comes to more liberal media, when they post stuff about certain things that's really bad, and then but they're more concerned about getting the pronouns right, and I'm like going, wait, all right, don't worry about that so much, just worry about it's all weird to me because I'm trying to keep up with like how things are nowadays, because you're talking about an article where like, especially there was that article where somebody in Germany came out, and somebody with the choking thing came out too, which did not look good. And it was just funny because they had to like do like an update and make sure that they had like the right pronouns. I'm like, you're literally talking about people who are just that got assaulted. If that's what happened here, don't worry about the pronouns right now, but they're so worried about that. And that's just a certain side that wants to worry about that. But then at the same time, it's just trying to take a lot of it in. And yes, eventually Ezra Miller's side is going to release something, and not everybody's going to accept it. But I don't know what it's going to take to accept it. If it takes him like, hey, so here I am in this house that everybody says that is really bad and blah, blah, blah. But it's, I don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen. But when it comes to the Flash and the fact that they're going to be still releasing it, and it's like, yeah, of course they are, because there's so much invested into it, and it's still not going to be coming out for a year. So they can,
and most of the general audience don't know about this.
Yes. And that, and I will say though, that Chase Iron Eyes dude, fuck that guy. That guy is really trying to lean into this whole thing. I mean, I can't find my daughter and this and that. Meanwhile, she's posting things on social media where she's at or they are at. If I'm not, again, the pronoun things. Yeah, it's like, okay, you're making it seem like you have no idea what's happening. And then of course there are people that have it in their heads that literally, and I guess it works with a pun because it's like, oh, Ezra's on the run. Oh yeah, Flash on the run. It's like he literally, and he kidnapped somebody. So it's like I'm surprised nobody's made like the
thumbnails, the YouTube
a thumbnail that has like the Flash holding on to a kid and running. I'm like, oh, I'm surprised that hasn't been put out there yet. But at the same time, I'm like, no, the authorities know where he's at. And when it comes to this Chase Iron Eyes guy, he's just a sleaze. And if you really like investigate what he's done, he's a sleaze. He's really trying to use this whole thing. So there's a lot of lies, and there's other people that have come out that have spoken about these lies. Is Ezra perfect? No. Ezra's got issues. Absolutely. We're not saying that, oh yeah, he's completely innocent, he just doesn't do anything, he sits and meditates all the time and he's all about good vibes and blah blah blah. No, he's got issues. He definitely has issues, but they are blowing it up. I mean, that whole thing about Austin Butler in Tokyo, what the fuck was that?
The funniest thing about that was TMZ defended.
Yes.
No, this didn't happen.
That fucking came out and people were like, oh my God, what the hell? Ezra again. And then TMZ was like, hey, by the way, that didn't happen. I'm like, yeah, no shit. You literally like created in somebody's mind that the guy who played Elvis was like, hey man, I don't like you doing with children. And he fucking punched him in his jumpsuit or something like that. Punched the Flash in the face at a bar in Tokyo. That sounds like some kind of crazy,
some good fan fiction.
Yeah. I'm like, really? And it was funny too, because when I heard about that, and I talked to, my guy who was like in the Hollywood, he goes, I don't even think Austin Butler's, he's still in the States. I was like, he's like promoting something. He's promoting Elvis in the States. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't. And then all of a sudden, like later that day, oh yeah, that didn't happen. I was like, who the fuck even said that? There are like people that are actively against Ezra. Yep. And it might be in like the social groups because they got obsessed with Ezra or something like that. It's a weird thing when it comes to, you have like these, it almost, obviously they were making it sound like Ezra was like part of a cult and he just like had all these people. And it's like, and it almost sounds like that too when you think about it. But at the same time, it's like you have a circle of like these people that seem like they're kind of lost and they're claiming that they're this and they're that. And then all of a sudden it's like they looked at Ezra as this person of like, oh, but then at the same time, Ezra was like, well, I'm just this and I'm going to do
my own shit out. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they got pissed off. So they started spreading just fucking lies about it because, Ezra didn't treat me like I wanted to be treated by Ezra. So I'm going to spread these lies. And that seems to be what's been happening with a lot of this stuff. Yeah. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So I don't know. What do you think, Casey?
Yeah, I do think that, when they come out with a statement, I feel like, of course, there would be a lot of backlash. And, I feel like Ezra might have video footage and stuff because he was always filming when he was in Hawaii and all that. So I feel like, they would present some footage as evidence for what was happening to them. So I guess there would be some people who would believe them, but the issue would be, again, there's just too many people on Twitter and social media that would not buy it because they've already, bought into this mentality that Ezra is this violent, aggressive person who has been attacking people since months because that was the headlines and none of them ever read the articles. So, every single week there's something new coming out. So
Yeah.
I can still understand that, people who are not that interested in this story would not dive deep, and they would just, read something passing by and believe it because it's happening so frequently. And that would be, to Ezra's detriment. But again, it's all a coordinated effort, like you said. They are trying, to dig up any kind of place Ezra's been to, and connect with people there and try to make up stories that put Ezra into a bad light. And Ezra also, like you said, he's not completely innocent. He tries to, he gets triggered easily by people who are slightly racist, homophobic, whatever. So, I feel like he kind of also goes looking out for those types of people so that he can, um, be
Go
the
off on
educator or whatever. So I can understand why they
There's
would have
been
a
a
problem.
consistency when it comes to that. When it comes to reports, like he'll like go off and like
Yeah.
if you don't address him by the right pronouns,
Yep.
yeah,
There
and
was a
that's
video for that too. Yeah.
yeah. There's definitely a video, and I'm just kind of going like when I saw that, I was like, that's not a way to approach this. Not a way to approach this, Ezra. Not at all. So yeah, no, we're all kind of just. It's just one of those things where it's like, when it comes to the Flash, of course they're not. There's like there's hundreds of millions of dollars that got put into the Flash. You got Michael Keaton, for God's sakes, coming back. And that's what sucks about this whole thing. It was like, at one point, this was going to be that. I mean, I remember seeing a tweet where it's like, oh yeah, look at, you had Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire brought back for Spider-Man. Oh, you had Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor brought back for Star Wars. And it's like, what does DC have? Well, it was going to have this, Michael Keaton thing, which I still think a lot of people are excited for, but it got kind of ruined by this whole fucking thing, which really sucks. So what does Warner Brothers Discovery do? Do they lean into the controversy and just kind of go like, well, maybe a lot of people reading the controversy will just be like, hey, let's see, I'm gonna see what this is all about still. But then of course what we've talked about too, most of the general audience has no fucking idea who Ezra Miller is, and all they're seeing is, what, Michael Keaton's back as Batman? Holy shit, so they might just do that.
They'll see that first Flash trailer and they'll just lose their minds.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen. People will just see the trailers, they'll go to the movie and watch it. Maybe it won't be as impactful, as it would have been with full support, with the full cast, but it will still do big numbers. I would totally say that. And it's just ironic that, after years of having the solo movie, unconnected universe, all that shit, DC finally had this slate, and the Flash movie was the one that it all depended on. Yeah. And now this movie is in jeopardy like this. So it's kind of funny. They always have bad luck.
I think this whole situation, sometimes it's more info is not good. Like more is less in this situation. And it's like, another analogy, you haven't been dealt all the cards in your deck right. Like we don't know all the facts. We don't know yet. So let it play out. Every day there's something new coming out. The Austin Butler fan fiction thing is the perfect example of how people are doing mental gymnastics to try and make just to fit preconceived notions and push shit. So
it almost seems like that was released by Warner Brothers just to promote the Elvis movie
in a sick, twisted way. Yeah.
Yeah. Like when I saw that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's not true. And then it was debunked full on by all the publications, and it was like, who put that out there? It was like, was that fucking Walter Hamada or something shit? I don't know. Like Toby Emmerich, maybe, I don't know. It was just so weird because it was literally the actor that's currently in Elvis. Yeah. So Austin Butler just punched Ezra in a bar in Tokyo. It just was so ridiculous.
Austin Butler would be a really cool DC hero, though. He'd be a welcome addition to the universe, I think.
He would be, but he's going to be in Dune. So at least there's.
It could be Nightwing.
Yeah.
Good things are happening, man. I really like that dude. I hope the best for him, like, because he put himself in that.
Man, I tell you what, like, yeah, he really I was just his performance in Elvis is pretty fucking amazing, just really amazing. Like I knew it was gonna be like I was like, all right, he's gonna do good. I don't know if I'm gonna like the style of the movie, and then I like the style of the movie. I mean, at first it was like, okay, Baz, it's not a montage. Don't and probably like the first, maybe not the first half, maybe like the first like 25% of the movie is like fucking montage, like boom, 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 go,
Yeah,
go.
I
And
know
I'm
what you
like,
mean, because it's like, when am I going to get to Elvis? It's like all I'm
yeah,
hearing
yeah,
is Tom Hanks. Is it going to be like this the whole time? But like,
yeah.
it's done well.
I think that was actually, if I were to watch it again, I'd be like, all right, yeah, we had to get to Elvis and kind of go through these years of like him getting to this point and blah 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 and blah blah blah, and up now he's at. And once it got to like those kind of scenes, and I mean, yeah, Austin Butler definitely going to be, if he doesn't get nominated for awards, I'm like, that'll just be because it was released in June or June. Yeah, but I don't think that's going to be the case. They have to nominate him for shit. Come on.
Casey, Dave, and Scott said their top 5 so far of the year. What's on your list, man?
Oh, that's hard because
I only
there's
said
so
top
many
4.
good
I only
movies.
said top 4. I got to think of my 5th movie.
All right, have a think and come back.
Okay, I wouldn't put this in order right now, but I would say off the top of my head, I would say Everything Everywhere All at Once definitely is in there. Then you have, I really liked the Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I really enjoyed that. Surprisingly, I really enjoyed that movie. That is one good one. I would say Crimes of the Future. I know it's a weird one.
After watching Men, I can't really. Okay.
Dave, but it's so good.
I know, but I don't know if I can handle like more body horror porn. Good Lord.
Yeah, but yeah, that would definitely be on there. And I'm trying to remember what came out in January or February. But yeah, these would be on there for sure. The Batman wouldn't be on there. Multiverse of Madness wouldn't be on there. The Northman probably would make it if I don't
Just
find
say
any other-
Morbius. Just say Morbius.
Oh yeah, Morbius is number one. Morbius is number one.
That's funny.
Morbius is definitely number one.
I'm looking right now. I'm like, because I'm looking back at my like reactions from this year, and I'm like, I feel differently about Multiverse of Madness because I love
I did really like that movie, but I'm not sure if it would make top 5. Yeah,
I think. Well, you know what? I think the come on. I mean, Casey, you even said it yourself. Black Phone, probably.
Oh, that's what I was missing. Yes, the Black Phone.
There you go. Yeah, I would say that totally that bumped Multiverse.
Yep.
If I were going to say like my top 5 before I saw Black Phone, Multiverse of Madness might have been number 5 after top the Batman, Top Gun, Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Northman, and I would say that. Yeah, but I say the Black Phone is number 5.
I gotta watch that.
Yeah,
that is ironic because I'm choosing that over Multiverse of Madness, which he was gonna direct.
It's true. Scott Derrickson, yeah, which is good. I mean, we're both choosing that over that, because I mean, Scott Derrickson, he did a great job when it came to that Doctor Strange origin. When I rewatched it, I was like, man, he did a fantastic job, and that's one of the strongest CBM origins, I think, especially with a character that not a lot of people know about. He did a fucking great job of showing the origin story of Doctor Strange. And I get what happened, I mean, when it came to that whole thing, it's going to be PG-13 and you're going to like it. Like what Kevin Feige said. And Scott Derrickson probably didn't like it. He probably wanted to make his own thing. And was like, nope, it's not going to happen. But, I like what Raimi did with Multiverse of Madness. I watched it last weekend and I was just like, that was the second time I watched it. And I was like, man, I just really enjoy this movie because I really like Sam Raimi is one of my favorite directors, and that's a bias. I'll give that. But at the same time, I was really looking forward to Black Phone. Like it was one of my anticipated films of the year, and I didn't get to see it last week because I was like, oh, it was a group thing when it came to Elvis. And then I was like, oh, I'll see it Friday. Didn't see it Friday. Oh, I'll see it Saturday. Oh, shit, I got shit to do. Then I was like, oh, I'm not going to go see the Minions prequel. I mean, even watch the Minions. I'm like, I'm just going to go see it on this Thursday. And I did and really enjoyed it. You're right about the music, Casey. I was like, fucking A, man. That
those
music
shots from the top down.
Oh, man. For being like a small, like, horror thriller movie, I was like, man, that's got some good fucking score going on right there.
Yeah.
And
Scott Derrickson, surprises. Like it's not like a traditional horror movie. Like it got me a couple of times with the jump scares. I was not expecting.
Dude,
the one where cycling, where she's cycling on the street. Oh,
yeah. Oh, I jumped. By the way, that the sister, she was great. She had a potty mouth, and
that ending was very emotional.
Dude. I mean, we're not going to do any spoilers. Yeah, no spoilers. Don't worry, Tony. But I'm just saying, like, I thought for a moment there, I thought it was going a different route. Like, okay, Tony, you have something to look forward to. You watch this film. When you're getting to that final act and you're trying to be like, okay, this thing's going to get figured out. I really was like, oh man, is this going into like a realm of something that's crazy? And I was like, and then it was like, oh, okay, cool. Okay. It was like one of those things like, oh, is this going to go crazy? And I wasn't sure. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like it if it goes this crazy. And it didn't. And I was like, okay, good. Okay, cool. And but at the same time, the initial story is crazy enough where you go, oh, I get, oh shit. Oh, and I even said
up here now, I'm reading it. It's like, that's pretty.
When twisted. I saw it, have you watched the trailer?
Completely blind, no.
Don't.
That's great. That's
great. Don't. If you go in fresh, it'll be better.
Not to watch trailers these days, man, because it's like
sometimes especially with movies like this. With movies like this, and I said that in my first reaction. I'm like, if you go into this super fresh, you will enjoy this movie more. I'm not saying that. I watched the trailer. I saw it a bunch of times, even before movies, and I knew what the concept was. I still enjoyed it, but if I did not see anything and somebody said, "Hey, Black Phone, Scott Derrickson, Ethan Hawke," I would be like, "Okay, I'm gonna watch it." Have no idea what it was. I would be even more like, "Oh shit!" But yeah, so don't watch any trailers.
Okay.
Oh man, I tell you what, Ethan Hawke
did that with me in Old Boy. I mean, you know the one with
I still haven't seen that movie.
Well, somebody just put it in, and I was like,
Old Boy's crazy. The remake the remake is interesting if you want to see Josh Brolin and Elizabeth Olsen do the deed.
I've seen that scene though.
If you want to see Thanos and Scarlet Witch do the deed,
who really ends up on top?
Man, I was like, because I watched the original Old Boy and I was like, it's a fantastic movie, and then I watched the remake and I was like, I don't know if this works as much as they wanted it to. I was like, they tried, they gave it an effort, but I was like, I don't know. Watch the original. If you're gonna watch Old Boy, watch the original. I wouldn't suggest the remake so much.
I'm gonna check out Black Phone tonight.
Yeah, do it. Watch it fresh. Don't watch anything.
Watch it in the theater too, because the sound is amazing.
Sounds amazing. It's shot well, acted well. Like I said, Ethan Hawke is a fucking creepo, man, and the different masks that he has. And it's just again, that's just why it was one of my most anticipated films. It was like, it's just a refreshing, small horror thriller movie that I was like, all right, when I saw the trailer, I went, okay, this is going to be something I'm going to enjoy. And I very much did. So yeah, definitely watch it fresh, but do it. All right. I think this is a good stopping point. We're almost at 4 hours.
I believe I made it this far with no peeing.
What's that?
I made it this far without a toilet break. That's it.
You did? Oh, dude, I had to take a break because I was, I had some, it's the sparkling water right here. Yeah, this has been fun, guys. Thank you, Tony, for joining. And door's always open for you to come back if you ever want to just shoot the shit on here. Now that you've been, you're part of my cult now. Apparently. No, but go ahead and like I said, promote yourself. Do all that stuff.
I mean, it's not going to compare to the way Scott signs off, man.
Oh, I know. Nobody compares to Scott.
He's unreal. No, nothing to promote, man. Just Bellnjerry on Instagram. That's probably where you can really see my work. Use it more just like a portfolio. And Twitter, I don't know. It's more of a joke for me, man. I just kind of, I take the piss. I have a little bit of fun in the chat on Twitter. So look, thank you for having me. It's good to do it. KC, you're the man. And yeah, bro, anytime I'll be back.
Yeah, man. Just, if you want to come on, I'll hit you up and be like, hey, you want to join? Or if you want to hit me up and say like, hey, you want to come on? Door is always open, man. This is great. It's been great. Yeah, it's been a great conversation. Thank you. And KC, go ahead and promote yourself.
Well, you can find me at Krypton Caged on all social media and also at The Real Talk Live. We will be going live tomorrow talking about the latest shows and movies that came out, and there's a lot of them, so probably going to be a long show. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining. You guys, the chat was crazy tonight.
Yeah, they're still talking about peanut butter in the chat.
What did you do?
I have no idea what this is. This an inside thing? I don't know.
Well, right now it is.
Yeah, I was like, it was funny when we were talking about stuff. I looked at the chat and they were still talking about. I think Miss Nighthawk, Steph was like going. So have we agreed on crunchy or creamy when it comes to peanut butter? I know that sounds gross, like when it comes to if it was like no, but I'm just saying like I prefer creamy, but I don't rule against crunchy because if I'm putting a spoon in peanut butter, I don't mind if there's some peanut clusters in there. But Jesus Christ, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this came from.
It was so funny though.
I love it.
Yeah, I love it.
Crunchy all the way.
But yeah, one thing I would plug is Crimes of the Future. You guys watch the movie. Dave, trust me.
Yeah, but you saw Men. You saw Men recently, right?
Men was different, but Crimes of the Future kind of has a very gripping story.
One of these days I will. I'm just
you can sit far behind the TV. You don't have
body horror. Body horror stuff. I mean, I know that takes it to the max because it's Cronenberg. It's like, and I knew that was going to be the case. But after seeing Men, and that had some body horror shit to it, and I was like, I think I've had enough for a little bit, so I might have to wait a little bit when it comes to Crimes of the Future.
I could do this on a watch party. I don't think I could do this by myself. So, like, if you're keen for a watch party, I'll do that with you, Casey. I don't know. That
would be amazing. I mean, it's just body parts and some insides, like just regular stuff you see in science class.
Yep.
Nothing much. No blood.
I don't know. Somebody told me about a certain scene in that when I was like, holy shit. I was like, oh man, I don't know. I'm not going to say what the scene is, but I was like, oh my God, really? I was like, oh, I don't know if I can. I just don't. I'm going to have to like really wait a little bit. I have to be in the right mood. Anyways, go ahead, Casey.
Yeah,
crunchy or creamy? Sorry,
creamy.
But you don't like peanut butter.
That's the thing. We're not talking about peanut butter.
Oh God.
Oh
man. Anything else?
Nope.
That's it. Oh man. Peanut butter is great, and like I said, either one is fine. I prefer the creamy, but it's not really creamy. You still have to spread it out. It's still got a thickness. All right. Anyway,
what is the different floods for different boats? Like,
yes, I'm like when I think creamy, it's more of a it's a different consistency, But that's the way they determine it. I'm just saying. But if I'm gonna eat peanut butter right out of the jar, I can go for either one. It's fine. There we go. The tough questions were answered tonight. All right, guys, make sure you smash that like, thumbs up. Do all that. Subscribe, notification. Feel free to send over your peanut butter preferences. Jif is a peanut butter. It's not a GIF. Again, if I'm going to go to that, when people say, well, how do you say GIF? I say GIF, not Jif, because Jif is actually a peanut butter. That's right. Vodka talking. Anyways, guys, this has been fun. Have a good holiday weekend for, the people who have the holiday weekends. Do all that stuff. Subscribe. I don't even know anymore. All right, guys, we love you. Talk to you later.